No. Sí, estoy de acuerdo. Justo. Sí, ahorita me robó una galletita ahí. No. Sí, yo acabé. Sí, igual y volvemos a empezar el conteo.
¿Vamos a empezar? Okay. Welcome all those that are with us via WebEx. You went for lunch and probably you're not back, but we're back and we'll resume. Cordial hello, those that that are watching us through IBS video stream, WebEx, the YouTube channels. We're coming back. We have Orba Liliana, that is the leading Heriberto San Miguel from Monterrey, Jorge Arturo Gallegos from Monterrey, and also from Mexico. I'm sorry. Yes, from Mexico. And over here we have Jorge Hernandez. He is from Monterrey. And the accountant Miguel Ángel Quiñones. And over there and over here, we are going to greet you. Mauricio is watching into the camera. Say hello, and we'll also be greeting you, Jorge Hernandez Para, Miguel Ángel Quiñones. And while you finish getting into the room, all of our guests, all of our partners, and I hadn't said hello to some of the partners. Bon appetit. And they're coming in, they're taking their seats. Lorenzo, where are you? Can you support me by giving headsets to Professor Conley, Dr. Conley? So from now on, do you prefer this one? So we'd like to give the floor. Yes. Exactly. So she'd rather have the microphone. You have a microphone. You already have it ready. So I'm just going to introduce you. Mauricio. So we're going to hear you. And so we'll do the first, second, and third call. And we're going to start. And we're transmitting. We'll continue with this geostrategic analysis, economic analysis of the world, where we've seen a global part of the new emerging order, the nearshoring. And now we're going to look into our friends that are in the Pacific Ocean. And to this end, we're going to have a very interesting topic that we so call the concept of Indo-Pacific and the Chinese response. So what is happening on the one hand, as what's happening on the other hand, into these two large continental blocks, where what we're looking for as a main goal is how the Chinese leadership, as a result of the analysis of the current international situation, has underscored its foreign policy in order to achieve its economic and political goals. And to this end, Judith, who is our great presenter, thank you so much, Mauricio. And yes, I will be talking about her professor, full-time professor at Colegio de Mexico, Center of Studies in Asia and Africa, Chinese area since 85. And she did her bachelor's degree in the study of philosophy of the Autonomous University at the Asian Center in Asia and Africa from the Colegio de Mexico, and a PhD in Columbia University in New York. She's a specialist in foreign policy, international relationships, and modern history and contemporary of China. She's given diploma courses, and different courses in the University of Puebla in Las Americas, in the National Autonomous University of the Anáhuac University, the Universidad de Colima, and she's spoken to many generations about China. Remedios, I'm sorry. And also, she's done multiple studies in China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. She's been member of the academic source of the Colegio de Mexico, of the board of professors, of the CA coordinator, academic coordinator, CA, in 1988 to 1992. I'm sorry, Mauricio. And she's a member of the editorial team of the China Global Partners of the Colima University of the magazine La Cuenca del Pacífico, and from the working paper of the Red Caim, among others. And among her last publications, she has Mexico China relationship, the historical and political background, working papers, Red Caim 2023. China in 2022, political and economic challenges with configuration of the foreign policy from Asia Pacifico 2023 and the Colegio de Mexico, the role of China in the war between China and Ukraine, Mexico, and the Pacific Basin, University of Guadalajara 2023. The book, 70 Years of Existence of the Popular Chinese Environment, Colegio de Mexico 2022, coordinated with Eduardo Sili, the author of the chapter of the Chinese Resolution and the triumph of the Chinese Communist Party, China and the Pacific Argents, emergency convenience, a very important point in the diplomatic point with Taiwan in Carlos Calles Ballesteros, an important this concern, international matters, the crisis of 2020, UNAM 2022, China in 2020, coronavirus, and changes in the relationship with developed countries, the ANORI Asia Pacific, or the Colegio de Mexico 2021, China, and the Shanghai Cooperation Union in the international areas in the 21st systems, Asia Pacific, Mexico, NAM 2020, coordinated by Carlos Ballesteros, China 2018, changes, readjustments, and confrontations with the United States in Asia Pacifico 2020, 2019, China, Mexico, and Comitam of the Revolutionary Strategies and their Results in Dialogue with China, Literature, Encounters, History 1, Bogota, the 2016 revolution, and She has North Africa, the Colegio de Mexico 2016, the presence of China and Taiwan in Latin America, in Benjamin Claude, Chinese editor in Latin America. So it's about the relationship, the Trans-Pacific relationship, Bogota and China in Latin America, the economic dimension in Sebastian Versick, in multi-regionalism, in multilateralism, Amsterdam University professor, 2016, and in 2010 obtained the recognition with the academic recognition from the Colina University. For me, it's a great honor to give the floor to Marisol uh, Connolly. Marisela, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for the presentation. It's such a great pleasure for me to be again with you in this conference cycle. I am very pleased to see you face to face and also all those that are connected online. And the topic that I'm going to develop today in this session is the concept of the Indo-Pacific and the Chinese response. And this topic is of core importance given that in this moment we are seeing how are we aligning or how countries are aligning and according to their interests, not only in Asia, but interests at an international level. And this concept of Indo-Pacifico or Indo-Pacific is going to be shown in declarations made by regional leaders, such as the case of the Japan leaders. And after that, it's going to continue being developed with the leaders. And yes, the Indo-Pacifico is a geopolitical news that have been taking place in the last few years. And Robert Kaplan has always pointed out that geography doesn't change. Countries are there, continents are there, regions are there. However, what changes is the way that we conceive this geography. Why? Because since the last part of the decade of the 80s, since what we spoke about Asia Pacifico, that region, that prosperous region, that region that is progressing, that is developing itself economically speaking, so where we had an interaction and all the countries, not only in the region, but also countries such as the United States. And now, this term of Indo-Pacific, we see how from the first years of the 21st century and Shinzo Abe from Japan, that you know him because he was very active in the second period of his government and he tried to ensure Japan could make them to be a normal country, removing all the barriers that had been imposed upon them after they lost the Second World War. And Shinzo Abe is the one that is going to start empathizing in this term of Indo-Pacific. And is going to do so when they visit India. And what do we see in this term of Indo Pacific? First of all, we see a connectivity, political connectivity. We see an economic connectivity where the Indic Ocean connects with the Pacific Ocean. And we will see how the United States slowly going to be adopting this term is going to put it together with the interests of Japan after the interest of India. And after that, is going to start with this new concept, and they will start underscoring the values such as a democratic Indo-Pacific and based in rules. This statement, this democratic based in rules, is going to be seen all the time in the declarations that are going to be the leaders of Japan and the United States. And after that, India. India, when the first minister Singh visited Tokyo, and there is where we're going to start thinking about the need of inviting other countries so they join this group. And we're going to see how Australia started also the Indo-Pacific as well as the United States. And in this map, we can also see what we consider the Indo-Pacific. And here, the Indic one, where we have India, is going to be constituted into a Pacific Ocean in this concept. And we understand that they want to include the Indic Ocean because India, in the last few years, has been able to develop its economy, has also been able to take a very important place in the Asian region. And that is why it has logic that they start thinking about India as an important player in the region. And also, other region and the Asian Southeast, what is China, what is Japan, and all of that area is going to reach all the way up to Australia, is what is considered within the Indo-Pacific region. And in this map, we can see it even more clear. The Oceanic Indian, the southeastern part of Asia, China, and now this term of Indo-Pacific starts to be used more oftenly as of 2003. And we're going to see how, when they install the Donald Trump government in the United States, officials like the minister, like Mr. Pillerson, is going to explain what he or they understood as in the Pacific region. He was saying, yes, this in the Pacific region is going from the western coast of the US to the oriental coast in Africa, eastern coast in Africa. And still, we're still trying to go and adapt ourselves to this concept. And in 2015, we're going to see how the maritime strategy in India is going to also talk about this concept. And they talk about a world whose main axis had gone from Euro-Atlantic to Indo-Pacific axis. And now China, during the first decade of the 21st century, was able to position itself first as a regional power and after that as an international player. And that, what is that going to do is that countries like the US are going to start seeing China as the competition. And the same Obama, that in the first years of his government had an open attitude towards China, had said we have to win over China. We have to be, we respect the central interests of China, such as what China thinks about Taiwan, that famous concept of one China, and that finally the US had been accepting. But in the last few years, In Obama's administration, in the last few years, they started managing this term of Indo-Pacific, and Obama noticed that some regional players had thought that the US was already outside Asia, that the US, as it had been mainly concentrated in its fight against terrorism in the Middle East region, had moved aside in the eastern part of Asia, and that had been taken advantage of by China. And but what happened? In those years, Obama said no, and the United States is in Asia and is here to stay. And they started making emphasis precisely about what they consider to be the main essential principles that had to come up, such as free and open trade, such as an ongoing presence of the US, and more than anything else, that again, they would cultivate the connections, the links with the countries that traditionally in Asia had had uh, alliances with the states. And with this policy that Obama is going to follow, is going to be known as a pivot policy. It means the US is not gone, the United States is here to stay, and we're going to see how US starts to try to balance the growing power that China is having in the region, in the Asian region. And Obama, as we said before, is going to continue thinking about the need of neutralizing the progress of China. And one of the main features of their pivot policy is going to be not only, as we said before, again, strengthening the traditional joint ventures with Japan and the Philippines and South Korea and Thailand, but now the US is going to make emphasis in its military presence in Asia, in the need of ensuring that their presence in these countries is being felt, and that with that, they try to dissuade China from following an expansion policy. And many others said what US wants from these Obama years is again to continue with an hegemonic policy, a policy where the US is the one dictating the rules and thus avoiding China to continue having a protagonism in the region. Therefore, we see how the military aspect is going to, we're going to make emphasis on that. And with Donald Trump, in other conferences, we've discussed precisely about how this drastic change takes place in the Chinese US relationship, how Trump starts pointing out China as a threat for the interests of the United States, and how Trump says we have to fight China because China says is governed by a communist Chinese party. Therefore, what do we have to do? We have to defend our values, liberal values in Asia. And thus we see how, again, the Spearson is going to be this official that makes emphasis in the Indo-Pacific concept, putting aside the concept of Asia Pacifica. And how do we develop this Indo-Pacific strategy within the United States uh, government? So we'll see how things are coming out from the last few years, such as Trump. In these years, we're making emphasis on the definition of the Indo-Pacific. And here we can see, for example, in this paragraph, that precisely piece of this national security strategy document of December of 17, here we can see where we make emphasis in this first geopolitical competition with the relationship with China, the need of having the position of the United States. The vision they had is a free vision, and that is against changes in the world order, and in particular in the region of Indo-Pacific. And why do they say? And they've said, the United States has always said that they should allow for free trade agreement. These ideas uh, that have to do with democracy, with the relationship, with the free relationships between the countries. And the US says now more than ever, we have to work to make stronger our relationship with those countries from Asia. And also, in particular, in this document, we can see that we have to reinforce our commitment with the freedom of the oceans and the dispute resolutions, maritime and territory dispute resolutions according to international trade. And this also has to do the position of China regarding the territories that they're disputing in other parts of southern part of Asia in the medium meridional ocean of China. And there, and they've been building artificial islands, and the U.S. people said that they have enough sophisticated arms, and they're fighting countries like Vietnam and the Philippines for other islands. That all these countries, together with China, say that they belong to them. Therefore, the U.S. is saying territorial disputes should be solved in according to international law. Trump is going to continue with this trade war against China. He's going to try to block the entrance of Chinese products into the United States, and he's going to impose high tariffs. He's also going to go after Chinese companies, in particular telecommunications such as Huawei, so that they do not extend their activities not only in the United States but also in Latin America in general. And when Biden comes, the Chinese leaders such as Xi Jinping were thinking that things were going to improve because Biden, when he was a member of the cabinet of Obama, had had several meetings with Xi Jinping, and supposedly Biden and Xi Jinping got along well. Xi Jinping had a lot of illusions that with Biden, the all this matter could be solved that had been fostered or promoted by Trump, but it went the other way around. But it went the other way around because Biden followed the same line than Trump. He did not remove the tariffs that Trump had imposed upon Chinese products, and that's not all. But the trade war brought it to a technological war, and Biden is going to proclaim the position of his government over the Indo-Pacific region. Here, Biden is going to say that the U.S. has economic interests and that has military interests that are very important. But what Biden is going to do differently from Trump is that he's going to try to have a closer relationship with those countries they consider their allies in the eastern and southeastern part of Asia. And we're going to see how they start working in the economic framework for Indo-Pacific that is precisely talking to them, and by Professor that was talking about the economic matters, Gustavo Vega. And with this economic framework for Indo-Pacific, and PEFs, because of its IPEF, due to its acronyms in English, Biden is going to pay attention at trade, emphasis at trade, and also at the environment, at the information sources, in particular, digital information flows, and also supply chain. And he's also thinking in the construction of an infrastructure and have access to technology. And here we don't have an important part. The trade agreements, traditional trade agreements, don't play an important role. They don't include commitments for access to markets, and that is why this IPEF was something that Asian countries didn't like that much.
Because they're saying that basically, finally, the US, what they want is to still profit off of us. And the US does not want to open the market anymore. So, what is this about? And of course, here it includes the situation with the supply chains. The supply chains that were completely impacted with the issue of the pandemic of COVID 19 and by the need of the US of limiting China, Japan. Japan plays a very important role in all these Indo-Pacific concept. We had pointed out how it's going to be the first country that starts using the term. In August of 2016, Shinzo Abe announces formally the idea of a free and open Indo-Pacific. This happens during a speech in Nairobi during the International Conference on African Development. There is where Shinzo Abe points out the three pillars of Indo-Pacific: promotion and establishing of rule of law, freedom of trade, economic prosperity, and commitment to peace and stability. Several of these topics match with the position that the US has. A very important topic to take into consideration when we're talking about Japan's position. Japan has been considered a country that was completely isolated after World War II. They have Japan has lived for all those during those decades under the umbrella, the protecting of the umbrella of the US. With Shinzo Abe, this perception of Japan started to change. Japan says that it is a developed country because because Japan has been limited, especially by its military forces. Japan could not dedicate more than 1% of its GDP to the development of their armed forces. All of this has been changing. Japan dedicates 2% of its GDP to military expenditure. And this emphasis from Japan to turn into a regular country has a lot to do with this perception of the Indo-Pacific, its relationship to the US, and the relationship with China. We see how the concepts of free market, democracy, they have a lot to do with what the US leaders are saying. Then we have Australia. Australia starts to embrace this concept of Indo-Pacific, and in its white book, as you can see here on defense from 2013, it acknowledges the Indo-Pacific as a wide and stable region and places it amongst the four strategic interests of the defense policies in the country. And the same regarding the geographic scope, stresses that it covers from Southeast of Asia, including the maritime cooperation roads. Then they start adjusting the scope of the region, and they say that it's going to reach the Indic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, connecting through the Southeast of Asia, including India, North Asia, and the United States. India. India, as we said before, in past decades they have achieved an important development in their economy. India has a robust middle sector. They have developed their industry. They have widened their trading networks, and India feels like a country that soon enough could be a leader in the southeastern region. India has not a great relationship with China because they does have a relationship with China because it's part of BRICS and the organization in Shanghai. But India does have issues with China, border issues. They dispute territories. There's competition that is also seen with China regarding trade. So India's position is complicated because they have interests in common, but they also have a relationship of competition. And even though they are a couple of the same organizations, India also has an important relationship with the United States. In India, the concept of Indo-Pacific can be seen, yes, as this policy for regional integration and its relationship with its neighbors. In 2014, India introduces the policy towards the east, where it designates the maritime routes towards the southeast and the Indic Ocean towards the Pacific Ocean, south and east of China, and the western of Pacific Ocean. And then in the dialogue meeting of Shangri-La in 2018, Prime Minister Narendra Modi says that Indo-Pacific must be a prosperous region. It must be a region in which economic development keeps on going and that it is a shared economic development. Then, one of the groups that the United States have made an effort to push in recent time is this one, the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, Quad by its English initials. It started in 2004 when Japan, India, and Australia get together to see how they could aid these countries that faced terrible losses due to the tsunami that happened in that region. Then again in 2007 they get together, then 2008, but finally in 2017 we see how Quad resurges. This has to do a lot with the United States position. The United States is very interested in getting this group organized and that it has a position. regarding the military position in the southeast of Asia. We see how in 2017 the Secretary of State Tillerson and the Foreign Affairs Minister Taro Kono they proposed the meeting of these four countries. They get together in Manila on that same year, and from that meeting on, the following meetings keep becoming more frequent. Trump's administration provided a big boost to the Quad group. Then we have AUKUS. On September 2021, this alliance between Australia, the UK, and the US was announced. The first two commit to sell submarines with nuclear propulsion to Australia. And we see that France did not like this because France had already an agreement with Australia to sell this kind of submarine. But Australia backed off from that commitment. But all we are seeing on how these groups are adjusting in Asia, on how in the United States this development they have managed to join forces with Japan, with India, with Australia, and how they have also strengthened their alliances with Philippines, and they have gotten closer to Vietnam, and Vietnam is ever so closely to the US. Then we have China. From the beginning, China criticized the Indo-Pacific term. The reason why is because Chinese leaders said that it is obvious that the United States and its allies are seeking the United States and its allies are seeking to end the rise of China. They have noted that China is ever more important at an international level, not only in the region. So what they want to do is stop China. Because as we mentioned before, Joe Biden is leading this war with China to technological level. It was during Biden's administrations where this process in which Japanese, Dutch, and Taiwanese companies started to join this US policy so that China is not able to acquire chips, advanced technology. They start to cut off all these sales of chip designs of machinery to manufacture them in order to stop Chinese technological advancement. So the Chinese say what they want is to stop China from progressing. They don't want them to have technological development, and they don't want that China becomes in the great superpower. That is why from the beginning the Chinese leaders rejected the Indo-Pacific term. And they reject it because they've seen that the military aspect is emphasized. In 2018, for example, the Minister of Foreign Affairs back then, Wang Yi, described the news on the term as it is a foam that it is formed in the Pacific and Indic Ocean that just as it comes up, it goes away. So what does it mean? China thinks that this Indo-Pacific matter is just a trend that sooner or later will disappear because it has no foundation for the Chinese. Here we can also see the matter not only of the Chinese interests, but of how Chinese leaders are perceiving China's international role and China's regional role. What will China do from here on 20 years? What are the goals the Chinese government has in order to go through all these obstacles being placed by the other countries so that they can keep on going, especially in the technological sector? You know that President Xi Jinping has focused power in his hands more and more. After the latest win of the Communist Party in 2022, he managed to stay a third term as the General Secretary of the Communist Chinese Party. And he managed to stay president for another period. What this means is that finally the rules that had been set by Deng Xiaoping were broken, in which leaders could only be 10 years in power and then there was a generational change. But President Xi Jinping realized about this difficult juncture in which China is found and has been for many years. He has seen this policy from the United States to contain China, to hinder China's progress. So that's why he thinks in these crucial moments, as he calls it, a very complex international situation, they need a strong leadership. They need leadership with very well set goals, leadership that has loyal followers and that will follow President Xi Jinping. So this situation with the Chinese government and the Communist Party is making countries such as the United States to start attacking him, saying that we are in a fight against authoritarianism, which is represented by China. Authoritarianism that is represented by Putin with this war against Ukraine. China's position that even though they are coming up with a peace agreement, they are still supporting Russia. So we see clearly how what's going on again is that blocs are forming, one from the United States and its allies that according to them defend the international order, liberalism, that open order against what they call authoritarianism from China and its allies, which they try to impose new rules at the international stage. And on the one hand, it is true. Xi Jinping has been working for all these years to let the Chinese perspective on the international order be known. He has talked about a lot what was China in the past when it was a strong empire, when they could set the rules on the Southeast of Asia. So he says China has to be strong again. China has to have a say in the rules that are set at the international stage. This is why we see here how China aspires to make a regional order with it at the center, and this idea of the Indo-Pacific threatens these purposes that they have. That's why they see the concept as a way of restraining China. And especially these groups like Quad. They consider that it is a way to build a North Atlantic organization in the east of Asia. And China says that the NATO wants to have a nation branch. And we've seen in the past years how Japan has more and more close relationship to NATO. We've seen how the NATO secretary has traveled to Japan and talked to its leaders, and it's been proposed that next year a NATO office is established in Japan. So what China is trying to do is stop this progress. That is why Wang Yi in 2020 said the Indo-Pacific strategy proposed by United States has as its objective to build the new NATO in Indo-Pacific region, backed by the quadruple mechanism, and that strategy, whose, which goal is to promote the old-fashioned Cold War mentality. That's another concept that is used by the Chinese. The United States, with its allies, would want to have a new Cold War. In this new Cold War, these blocs, a bloc led by China and another one by the US. So they say that what's the aim is to get confrontation to reignite geopolitical competition in an attempt to maintain domain and the hegemonic system of the US. Chinese leaders say that the United States do not want to get into competition with China. They don't want China to develop. That's why they are making such an effort to stop them from getting this technological development. So what does China do? On the one hand, at internal level, they are trying that Chinese scientists that work abroad will go back to China. They are offering high salaries with excellent benefits so that they go back to work in China. And China, it's been said that China are developing new generation chips. They are emphasizing their own technological advancements, but they are also strengthening organizations in which China has big influence, such as the Cooperation Organization of Shanghai and BRICS. We had talked about this organization of cooperation in Shanghai before, how their activities began with just five countries in 2001. In 2017, India and Pakistan joined, and in the summit that was just in June 2023, Iran also joined, and also observer countries. The These countries, Belarus, Mongolia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Afghanistan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, they are observer countries, but there are also dialogue members such as Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the the Emirate, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, the Falklands, and Myanmar. These countries are come up at the 40% of the world population, 25% of world manufacturer, and a fourth of the oil reserves at a world level. So all these countries have a lot of resources in gas and oil. China in the latest years has worked a lot for developing the relationships with Middle Eastern countries. For example, Saudi Arabia, which had a close relationship with the US, little by little got closer to China. And it's incredible what China managed when Iran and Saudi Arabia, who were very far away, who were at odds with each other, they finally established diplomatic relationships and the makeup. And that was a big success for China because it demonstrated how China can the in, be the mediator between antagonic countries. Then we have BRICS. As you know, they are made up of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. This group is also trying to build parallel institutions to the World Bank, to the IMF. In 2014, the new development bank was established, and this bank has its function is to aid developing countries with loans. We can also see how there's an agreement for a reserve in contingencies. In 2021, we saw many countries to join the bank, the United Emirates, the United Arab Emirates, Egypt, Bangladesh, Uruguay. In the last BRICS meeting, we saw how several countries are requesting to be part of this group. So what does this say? That China is attempting to create organizations in which they have a spotlight, where they are the guide for all these other countries and to counteract the power that the United States have in other international organizations. And here we can see it, how these countries such as Iran and Argentina have requested to join. The same with these other countries, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the United Emirates Arab States. And for 2024, many of them will finally be able to enter the BRICS. And I think it's not going to be called BRICS anymore. They're going to have to change it because it's going to be very complicated to add each initial to the name, right? Here in this map, we can see how BRICS are trying to widen their scope, especially in the southern hemisphere. But it's not just these two organizations. This year we've seen how in the 77 group where it had so much protagonism in the 70s when the rights and economic duties of the states, this group of 77, Mexico was very committed, right, to get that letter to be committed. And in this group, China was there. And that means that China is working amongst this group of countries with that goal to get together with all these developing countries, emerging nations that may counteract the United States policies and its allies. So, what conclusions can we make out of this? First of all, this strategic confrontation between the United States and China will go on. We don't know at what proportion it will reach. So it is important for all of us to keep track of this. Next, the Indo-Pacific concept that we are seeing and that the United States and its allies are using, yes, it's an instrument. It's a tool to counteract China's influence, and development, not only at a regional level, but also at the international level. And as we mentioned before, China is building its own group. China is setting the goals, and President Xi Jinping knows that there's many issues. For starters, within its country, we've seen that the foreign affairs minister Xingan suddenly disappeared. Li Shangfu, the defense secretary, also disappeared, which means that President Xi Jinping is putting China in order. He's trying that everyone working with him are committed in the goals that have been set, both at internally as well as foreign policies. And we've seen how even though there's a confrontation with the U.S., there's also dialogue. We've seen how all these public servants have gone to China to try to dialogue with their peers from China. So China is making an effort because so that things move on.
And then there's no, then the confrontation is stopped, and we're going to see how we'll continue strengthening the connections in countries under development, how they're going to continue strengthening these organizations so that finally they can comply with their main goals, as I said before, not only internally but also international. And in China, we have a stable leadership with President Xi Jinping that finally stayed governing China. But in the US, we have the elections for the presidential office, and we'll see how this situation takes place and what is going to be the position of the forthcoming US president. And with this, I'm done. Thank you so much for your attention, and thank you. Thank you so much. I need the microphone. We have a next presenter, Dr. Beata Houna. No, no vamos a ir. Because of time matters, we'll not have a Q&A session here. But we've mentioned that you can write them down if you have a question, and we'll give them to the doctor. And before that, I'd like to ask someone very special to please come and give this acknowledgement, a small token of our appreciation to our dear Dr. Maricela Connolly, to give this token of our appreciation to Accountant Rena Ruiz. He comes from Chihuahua. Please, if you were so kind in giving us this uh, small token of our appreciation. I need it. Where is it? Ah, I need the mic. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. And I give an acknowledgement to the fantastic presentation to Maricela Connolly. And it says UC&C Americas grants this diploma to Dr. Maricela Connolly for her valuable participation as presenter in the 24th World War Conference. And the concept is Indo-Pacific. And here, in Mexico City, we have the President Mauricio Gonzalez, the chairman of the firm. Uh, Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, Doctor. Thank you so much. And now we have Mauricio. Mauricio, tell us, with regard to the next topic that we'll hear. Next, we are in this trip, this transatlantic trip that we're going throughout the world. And now it's very interesting to go, but to the other side of the world that we have not yet analyzed. And this is the European community. And in this, because we spoke about Asia, China, the United States, and America, and Europe has a voice to sing. And so now we'll see how Europe is doing in this current world. And of course, we could not admit, as a result of this famous war or invasion in Russia. And then, so how does it work in Europe and the economic effect? Judith is going to introduce our dear and known presenter of today. Uh, so she is a great woman, and as all the women we presented, Dr. Leanda Boina, and she studied international relationships at Tec de Monterrey, and she was an ambassador of Poland in Mexico and Central America between 2014 and 2018. Because of her democratic presenter, he received the Azteca Águila condecoration between 2004 and 2014, worked in the think tank Polish International Matters and in Warsaw, and she studied the history and international relationships in the Complutense University. She's a commentator and columnist of El Heraldo de México. And in Arroba Opinion, she combines her passion in international relationships with centrism in hashtag the path of the Polish woman. I'm proud and happy, married with one Mexican. So let's welcome her and a strong hand. And then, Doctor, we can hear you. Thank you so much. With the microphone. Thank you so much, and thank you for this presentation. I've always had these personal aspects. I'm happily married, so if you're happily married to a Mexican, where did you stay here? It's a wonderful country, but I'm here after finishing your diplomatic work. So usually diplomats go back. So this would be my destination. But I married a Mexican, and here I continue and I keep on working in the University Tecnológico de Monterrey. And today we're going to talk about Europe. And today we're going to talk about a space and a continent that generates great controversy, questions, and that if you see it on this side of the Atlantic, and we would like to forget about Europe, but it's not as easy. It's not as easy, in particular, under this concept that we're living related to the Russia against Ukraine war. I always say if it weren't for the war, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, even the US would go more towards Asia. That is the path that they've chosen for some time, and they would forget a little bit about Europe. But this new concept brings us to Europe again, and it's worth mentioning and getting close to this region because we could even say from the basics. So, again, what type of region is Europe? What are the main traits and features, and what is the current situation under the European context to understand fully the meaning in the global context? And I divide the main traits and in the 7 points that I'm going to be mentioning throughout this presentation to differentiate the space and to locate it even better under a global context. So, first of all, we could say that when we talk about Europe, we have to refer to a relatively large diversity of the main players of that space, the European states. We talk about 50 countries, and most of which are democratic countries, and that is quite relevant in particular if we compare this European space with other spaces in the world. And in this slide, first of all, you can see how, even if the colors don't show it completely, how can we see the topic of democracy under the global context with Europe clearly marked in blue? It would be light blue or dark blue, but still, everything that is in blue means democracy, better or worse, but it means democracy. And under the European context, for some time, there's been this trend to the democratization of the European countries, the European space, and this has to do with the values and defense of human rights that has marked the European what Europe is, and to the drop of the modernization and acceptance of democratic values of all the central countries, and aimed us towards communist countries. And today, out of the 40 or 50 European countries, 40 are democratic countries. In this space, five are hybrid regimes, underscoring Bosnia Herzegovina, Georgia, Ukraine, authoritarian that are Russia, Belarus, and Azerbaijan. This aspect that's related to democracy in the European space has its implication, it has its consequences on how the most of the European countries are related to the world and how they're related to the regimes that are not democratic. And we could even say that until no long ago, this was not a problem. But with the problem with Russia and Ukraine, these tensions have worsened. This outlook has worsened that we have to relate from the European spaces to those countries that we can trust, the countries that could generate this transparency and reliability, and that to some extent will ensure the democratic regime. And of course, there's exceptions still in general. So the first of all, what differentiates this European space is great diversity of the states and democracy and the economies of the market. And then here we come into the different aspect that we talk about the European spaces in Europe. They've generated in the Western Europe, they've generated the European Union, a, it's a socioeconomic development that in many senses is enviable. And here you can also see in the slide, if we take into consideration all the European countries and we divide them into the low, medium rent, medium high rent, and high rent as divided, and is usually divided by these countries in the world, by the World Bank. In Europe, there's no poor countries. And there's no countries that are in this category of poor countries. There isn't that many countries of medium low rate. Only two here can be underscored: Ukraine and Azerbaijan. Two that have low rent, and 33 have a high rent, with differences. Of course, it's not the same in living in Poland and Luxembourg. And no question when we talk about the Human Development Index or the Nordic countries such as Sweden, Finland, Norway, before countries such as Bulgaria, Romania, and countries that were part of what was the communist space. And if we see it, objectively speaking, we see that Europe is a continent where the countries of high rent prevail, countries that have been able to reach a important socioeconomic level thanks to the liberal democracy, the liberal country, what some call now neoliberalism. But here we see this concept differently because a middle class that is very wide with other regions in the world and a distribution between large arrays of society. And who would like to live in Sweden, Finland, or Norway? And that costs. And we have to work in economists, in formal economists, And then, and a very important indicator, all the social security indicators that exist, Europe concentrates 50%, that only represent 8% of the world population. And the socioeconomic model that is so interested have been copied in different parts of the world, replicating what the European Union is, and hasn't been as easy, as obvious, as automatic to have this process of copying what we've achieved in some European countries or the European Union. And then this socioeconomic development that we know nowadays in Europe have their crisis, they're living their own crisis as a result of the fact that we live more, basically. The topic of aging of the population, it's a problem for the European countries. The demographic growth in European countries, and that hurts the foundation of the socioeconomic development that exists in Europe. But this is in general, this is the first approach to the European space. If we see it from the standpoint of the dynamic of the generations in Europe, we would say that until not long, the cooperation more than the conflict would define the European space, and this in particular through the European Union. The crucial element in this context was and is the European Union, an organization that has its origins since the 1950s in the previous century. Now it has more than the countries, the European countries in general, are part of the European Union. Of the ones that exist, 27 are in the European Union, and there's a line of there's a list of a waiting list of nine more in case there's an expansion to all the countries that wish to be part of the European Union. We would have an organization of common market, but with a lot of policies in the judicial cooperation, foreign policies, an organization with 38 member countries. So these would be a majority of the European countries would be part of the European Union. And in general, what are the relationships in the European Union? The countries fight, of course, no question about it, because they have their interests and they defend them. And sometimes there's some public spaces, there's verbal confrontation in most of the cases that are very strong. However, these countries are countries that don't fight among themselves. They don't have wars among themselves. They're part of the same organization that allows them to operate in a space where there are four important freedoms: free movement of goods, services, people, and capital. And that has turned into the European Union into an economic bloc that is very powerful. As a matter of fact, 80% of the world GDP is generated in the European Union. Europe is one of the global centers next to the US and China that is the most relevant, and that turns this player into a very important economic player in the last few times. The European Union was that they want to play a political role that is even more relevant. So this is not an organization without failures. To the contrary, this is an organization that demands controversies in the member states. There is an skepticism. There's extreme right growth in the European Union. There's a crisis that have generated difficulties, starting with the topic of refugees in 2015, the topic of the UK departing the European Union has hurt, and then the fight against Russia, against Ukraine, and migration, terrorism. There are so many challenges under this context of the European Union. And now, next, as I mentioned to you, until not long ago, the cooperation, exactly thanks to the existence of the European Union, was the main feature that differentiated this space. Times have changed a lot because of the Russian invasion, and that's affecting the European Union. What's next for this organization? What is the future of this organization? as I said, can be seen here in this part of the Atlantic as an organization that is facing the migration problems. And it's true, migration problems are highly present in the agenda of the EU, but they also see themselves as an organization that has lost its coherence, an organization that's spoken about human rights, democracy, and at the same time is also through their funds financing the participating in the financing of the weapons that go to Ukraine so it can defend from the Russian invasion. And I would say there's three, 4 points that are very important when we talk about the European Union and the current situation of this organization. And first of them is that it will continue being a relevant organization in economic terms. So here the truth is that many years will have to go by until this situation changes unless the European Union gets dissolved. But still, in economic terms, the European Union will continue being an economic factor, commercial factor that is very relevant and also with great capabilities of generating investments in the world, in the member countries. And if we see the European Union topic, so what is the relevance? Foreign trade is important that member countries have, the European members have in this space. And as a matter of fact, if we add these investments, it would be the second most important investor in Mexico after the United States, with some countries that stand out more, such as these countries that are Spain and Germany and other countries like France and Italy. So international trade and economy are strengths for the European Union, and it has more than 40 free trade agreements with 72 countries in the world. And also, these are negotiations. There's agreements with Mercosur. That's a difficult thing that would be approved. Asia, Australia, Indonesia, that the European Union is trying to take into consideration, of course, these new geopolitical challenges and modernization of free trade agreements. And with Chile is going to end in Mexico. We say that in Mexico and until 2024, we'll not have the modernization of the free trade agreement that exists between Mexico and the European Union. The next point, when we talk about the future of the European Union, is related to the topic of energy. This is a very important concern. Since it started, since the Russian war started against Ukraine, and a few months after that, after the Ukraine war, and so with the European Union to be independent and so uh, we are going to go from an energy situation that is quite dynamic, quite intense between Russia and different parts of the European Union. Russia provides energy, gas, and oil to the European Union throughout all this time after after the Soviet bloc. We have a very important relationships between Russia and the European Union, and after the war against Ukraine, this relationship starts completely breaking, and the rupture comes with the Ukraine and Russian war, funding energy resources and diversification of the vendors of energy resources on the one hand, and also going to the development of renewable energies, agreeing here with the strategy of energy transition is a great, great avenue, great, great direction of the policy of the European Union nowadays. And from there is going to depend also the economic situation of the European Union, given energy is the basis of our heating. in our European countries, where it's always hot, but it's the base of the industrial development and economic development in this sense. And in this year, so in this context, we've been able to ensure and to get out of the situation of crisis on the Russian dependencies, but there is still the possibility for the energy topic to threaten the European Union and the consequences with energy resources. And now we talk about Germany that is practicing and has come in a recession. There are some European countries that are in a difficult economic situation with very scarce growth or nil growth, and also with inflation that has come up as a result of different topics such as COVID and the war under this context. And the third topic is security for the European Union, how to ensure it before what do we have at the same time in the European context, that is the war of Russia against Ukraine. How to ensure this security is going to be through the Atlantic Alliance of NATO. Most of the countries in Europe are also members of NATO, and through the militarization of European countries and through the construction of a European defense and security policy that is more daring. Some countries have had it as a dream, but this dream becomes into a reality, having our own forces of quick reaction. In the context of the European Union, we talk a lot about armed forces, joint armed forces, that's possible to have these proposal. And other elements have come up, and to all these we add the expansion that appeared completely, that had disappeared from the European agenda as a result of the Russian invasion against Ukraine and the request done by Ukraine to get into the European Union. This request is done by Moldavia and Georgia, three countries that were part of the European Union, and the European Union answered yes to Ukraine, yes to Moldavia, and wait for Georgia because they're not ready. So Ukraine and Moldavia have the status of candidates for the entrance in the European Union, and that could open up a negotiation. When are we talking about? What are we talking about in this context? We're talking about 2030, but the cooperation, an important element. But if we see it as a whole, we see Europe is a divided Europe, and this is the third trait of the European space, a divided Europe precisely as a result of the Russia against Ukraine war, that we are already in the month 18 or 19. The war, a year and a half has gone by since 2018, since February, where armed forces have gone by, and and now we have an invasion and the war. I'm not going to talk about the war because this is one of the elements, no question about many changes that happen in Europe, but only two of them, two aspects that to underscore the war is developing in different fronts. In the military front is the most important one because it depends basically on where are we going in this war. And we are in a situation that we have this stagnation with small progress of Ukraine of this front, and then against the counter-offensive that we're having, because in the middle of this year, because the military resource is very important, and here we have different supports because of the European Union, and regarding armed forces, because it's sent to Ukraine, and then we can be at the same level on this military thing that Russia has. So here we have a relevant point that is diplomacy, that we talk about how it's worked. Uh, so in the UN, and this resolutions and the Russian invasion to Ukraine, how have we had different consortiums, different diplomacies, and and solutions and mediators. So how can we negotiate this war, rescuing and the role of Turkey, that is the only country that has been able to achieve the part in Russia, Ukraine, to sit in the negotiation table and achieve some cultural agreement related to the exchange of prisoners or export of grain through the Black Sea that worked very well last year and part of this year too. So another important battlefield is related to communication and very strong propaganda, with no question about it. And is demonstrated by this war against Ukraine that communication is crucial in any conflict, in any war, is an essential part to win or lose this war. And finally, the humanitarian crisis, that is only the most serious one in this point, the humanitarian war, of course, with millions of internal and external people from Ukraine and then into the European countries, with many people, civil people that have died, a lot of military deaths, and so Russia and Ukraine are trying to safeguard this data for your knowledge. And then is like a search warrant against Putin, issued by the court, the international court, to because he's been accused of genocide committed by the Russian authorities, and the speaker on children, accusation of genocide, forced of Ukrainian children into Russia, and a warrant of his arrest. So the definitions are very clear. There's always this margin. There's always this point in the middle to as the countries that want to be neutral or undecisive. And of course, there is a series of sanctions being imposed from February of 2022 to Russia, and that have had effects on the economic aspects for Russia and also for the European countries or for the rest of the world. And that's why the great powers, and we talk a lot about China, great powers such as China are not that happy with topics related to the war because it's blocking what worries more the Chinese, that is the economic growth in their country. And a divided Europe is a with different points in this agenda, different aspects to be mentioned. First of all, is what it generated was changes in the safety and security policies in different countries, and this is something we know very well. Starting with Germany, that when the war started against Ukraine, they decided to rethink their security policy, invest more, and have more expenses in security and renewals of their arms, weapons, and two countries that surprised us a lot in Mexico and in Latin America, Finland and Sweden, that decided to join to the Atlantic Alliance and leaving their traditional position of neutrality and in general strengthening the Atlantic Alliance. So what Putin wanted was weaken the Atlantic Alliance, and what he achieved was the other way around. As a matter of fact, they joined more countries. Finland and Sweden joined until the end of this year, so very likely join the Atlantic Alliance. And at the same time, this rupture of the economic relationships between Russia and what is today the rest of Europe, the European Union, the energy relations that I mentioned before, and this leads Russia to an avenue that is very interesting of development and approach to China. But in this context, Russia is only the small brother of China. We have to spin around if we want to consider the Cold War before what it is today, this relationship between China and the Russian Federation, whereas before the Soviet Union was the older brother. China, the younger brother, and today we have the other way around. We have China, the older brother, that has lots of economic capabilities and capacity to carry out and to help, let's say, Russia, if you want to call it like that. If they don't want to, Russia stays in a situation without a lot of close allies. In terms of security, which are the perspectives that we have nowadays in order to see this topic of Europe? Where is Europe going? What is the security relationships that we can expect in this European space? And we have to take into consideration the diversity of players in the topic of security in Europe, such as the European Union, Russia, without any questions, the transatlantic, like the Atlantic Alliance, and the topic related to the US, and other organizations, regional organizations, and European individual countries. And on the other hand, situations in Russia, situations in these European countries that nowadays support Ukraine in their majority, but also in case of internal changes or as a result, they have to see where will this bring us to this security scenario in Europe. In total, I see four scenarios for European security, and some are possible, some others that are more likely, less likely. Today, we are in the bellic coexistence. We have a bellic coexistence between the Russian Federation and the rest of Europe, or the European Union more specifically. And this coexisting, bellic coexistence is going to last a long time. We don't know how long. However, it's highly connected to the development of the war between Russia and Ukraine. How long will that war last? It might last a few more years, and that is what Russia is betting for in, so that with the change of government in the US in 2024 can weaken the support that today arrives to Ukraine from the United States. Still, this bellic coexistence, that means that NATO and the Atlantic Alliance extended against Russia and a war against Ukraine. Another scenario in the case we reach the situation that this war to some extent is ends, we'll see the Pacific coexistence. So the end of the war doesn't mean the total reconstruction of the accelerations in Europe, because the truth is that if President Putin still in power, it's going to be very difficult to go back to economic, political improvements between Russia and Western Europe as it existed before 2022, or not to say before 2014. It's very difficult, and for sure it's going to take 10 years at least, or we would have the power in Russia would have to change to be able to rebuild this relationship. There is a possibility of a confrontation, belly confrontation in Europe, a belly confrontation to at a larger scale, and between Russia and the Atlantic Alliance. So for what we've seen, the dynamic of the war this year and a half, it means that both parties are going to avoid reaching this point, and I would say that keeps us with peace of mind, even if we shouldn't have a complete peace of mind, because there's lots of accidents that could happen along the way. Still, the likelihood for a great war existing between Russia and Western Europe seems to be less likely and than at the beginning of the war, when we still didn't know how the dynamic of this war was going to be. And whatever happens, Russia will continue being a solitary wolf under this European context, at least in the next few years, that will try to recover its power. The revisionism and expansionism that have differentiated Russia for some years, I would say since 2006, we can see clearly this trend, or these signals of this trend. Nowadays, nothing indicates us that Russia is going to change unless we have a change relative to the maximum authorities in Russia. that seem not very likely, even if there's fractures that we've seen in the context of Russia and Prigozhin of the Wagner groups, a kind of important fractures and internal fights that are happening between the power elites in Russia and Putin. So unless something like that happens, if he has a disease that eliminates him, he's going to continue in power. And but there's a revolt or a uprising internal in Russia, but he might stay until 3036. I don't know if biology will allow him to stay until 2036, but legally in Russia, the constitution allows him to stay until 2036. There's been changes in the constitution like 2 years before the war, so he could stay forever, as a result of which Putin could be in elections in the next two elections, when next year is the first time, and then after 5 6 years he can also could re-elect again. So this gives them a legislative margin that is huge to the Russian president. Even if I say that I don't know if his health will continue staying in power for so long, because he would be the Russian leader that lasts for longer in power in Russia. So now another way of how Russia looks before the European Union in this context. And here we can see and only mention this important disproportion that exists in the economic topic. There's demographic difference: 146 million citizens in Europe before 450 million in the European Union. And of course, there's a lack of proportion regarding the European Union. Is not a power that has armed forces. It has countries that are powerful, militarily speaking. A lack of proportion regarding nuclear weapons. Russia, before the US, have lots of nuclear weapons. Russia has 6,000 nuclear bombs or uh, warheads. And then the important difference between Russia and the authoritarian country and the European Union is that they are democratic, are the economic topics. And so the economy of the European Union is 20% of the world economy, whereas when we talk about Russia, it's 3%, and it's not even reaching 3%. So in that sense, if we make this comparison, of course, we're talking about a Europe that is highly divided, that is that it fights a lot, and the truth is, we do not know very well how these could affect the European context, because what's in Europe doesn't stay in Europe, unfortunately, to the global context.
Because what happens in Europe is not only staying in Europe, rather it is translated as well in the relationships between the superpowers in the global context. And the fifth characteristic of the European profile is that both welfare and security of Europe depend on institutions that were born after World War II. There's few of them, there's little will to change it because countries are not interested in that. They are comfortable with what came up after World War II, which means the European Union. There's a lot of talk about reforming it, but at the time, the European communities, now the European Union is still the foundation of what welfare is in the European context and the Atlantic Alliance. Here in Mexico, we have heard a lot about NATO, why it didn't disappear when the Warsaw Pact disappeared. So why is NATO still on? And the answer is very simple: because the member states want it so. There's no other reason. And those member states is not only the United States, because if it was only the United States, we can be sure that that NATO would not exist anymore. For European countries, especially the little ones, the NATO is crucial to guarantee their safety in a case such as this one that we're living right now, the Russian invasion to Ukraine. So this, so NATO protects that a foreign country attacks a member of NATO. In this context, of course, of the changes in Europe since World War II until today, let's be clear, those organizations have expanded. They have become bigger, be it the European Union and NATO. They were born as NATO was first at 12 countries, now it's 31. So there's been an expansion, but it's not just for the sake of that. There's countries that want to belong to that country, and there's countries that believe that that organization can provide them with the security guarantees that in the European context is needed, because there are superpowers that can play around with military force to occupy them, such as in the case of the Russian invasion. The following characteristic of this European context is the transatlantic relationship. The relationship between Europe and the United States is weakening. It's to a degree, it's news, though it's been going on for 15 to 20 years, especially from the perspective of how that relationship and Europe was between during the Cold War. For the United States, the European context was crucial. As of Barack Obama's administration, Europe pivoted to Asia for economic issues, for the growth of the countries in Asia. And in Trump times, we saw it clearly with the issue with China, a superpower that has become bigger and is a threat to the United States. The relationship between Europe and the United States has always been complicated. Without going into historic details, there's been even moments during the Cold War in which France decided to get out of NATO in the military structure. So there was, which was a problem for the member states in that time. So there's always been this kind of issues, and these issues have become bigger when at times when, for example, when President Trump came to power, and they have become clearer in different sectors of that difficult relationship. For example, regarding climate change and security, the expenditure from NATO, who pays more than who, trade sanctions that have been imposed by the United States to countries such as Cuba. Of course, it doesn't sit well with some countries in the European Union. And culture, for example, between the European Union and the United States, which are fundamental partners in security, in regards of security, they haven't had treaties like that. The European Union has treaty with over 70 countries, but not a free trade agreement with the United States. That also reflects big differences that exist between these two participants, but they have gotten closer again due to the Russian-Ukraine war, and that's a result of Putin's policy. Some make the joke in Europe that they should be thanking Putin what was not done in the Donald Trump times. And a big concern, who's going to be winning the presidency in the United States? This is a topic that may come up a lot here because based on that is the relationship between the United States and Mexico, but also between the United States and Europe. How's going to how 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 the relationship between them in NATO is going to happen, because the US was not very comfortable with that topic. So it's a big question mark. So what's going to happen? And finally, the seventh characteristic when we talk about the European space is related to Europe's position in the global context. Europe is no longer the most important actor for many regions in the world. That's the first aspect. And they aren't also the model for development for many nations in the world. When China started to grow and they saw themselves as a country that was able to pull out of poverty millions of people, they were turning to the European Union or to the European space as a relationship that generated that model or contributed to generating that model for a very attractive socioeconomic model. There's no poor countries, yes, there's poor people, but it cannot be compared to other regions in the world, and they are rather equalitarian regions as opposed to other regions, right? Now there's competitors in Europe, both in economic and political aspects, though it is still a region that provides nearly 24% of the world's GDP, next to North America with nearly 30%, Asia with 38.1%. So the region is still in the important part of the big regions of the world. Now there's competitors that have new spaces for power, such as China, India as well, with some criticism to the occidental, to the Western model. There's of course been talk about BRICS or BRICS Plus. There's been a heavy debate for many years, not only outside of Europe, where they are removing status, but also in Europe, where they are questioning countries such as Belgium or France or Germany, some aspect related to the colonial heritage. On the other hand, the competition to Europe is not fractureless. It's not a seamless competition. And I would just like to mention two other points to close up. We talk about BRICS, but we don't talk about the relationship between China and India. Brazil, Russia, China, India, South Africa, the five members of this platform. These two members have a very big rivalry. In Asia, they are also fighting over borders. There's military contact even. Xi Jinping was not in the G20 summit that the Prime Minister of India organized for many reasons. But of course, they weren't. Of course, of course, Xi Jinping was not happy of going to India and supporting the Prime Minister of India for their soon-to-be election. But these competitors to Europe, of course, there's also the relationships between Russia and China. Where are they headed? And what does that mean for Russia? Here, of course, we have a lack of trust that is important between Russia and China. That seems to be a friendly, big, important relationship, but for a good while they did not have diplomatic relationships during the 90s and the Cold War until after the communism fell. There's a lot of mistrust between these two countries that have been rivals for a while, and in the end, they are still rivals, even though right now they are friendly due to the need that they have in the time. So it's a very complex world in this context, even more complex than at times of the Cold War, because there's no clarity of how or where the lines of each block are drawn and where they are headed. And another aspect that did not exist during the Cold War, the interdependency and the strong economic relationships between these important stakeholders such as China. China has a very strong economic relationship between the European Union and the US and not India and Russia. But saying one thing is also very different to doing another thing. So in that context, Europe is a small continent that goes back to the international stage, but we have to take into consideration and check the dynamics going on over there, because it's still a continent with economic power that is relevant and that can make policies that affect the other regions in the world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And well, to provide this award, we would like to ask Mr. Angel Miranda, that is coming from Peru, to provide this award. Hello, my name is Angel Miranda, partner of the firm Carlos Mirandas y Asociados from Lima, Peru. Doctor, first of all, this is the time I'm going to be presenting an award to an ambassador from Polonia. I have read a little bit of your biography, and I think it's very important and very impressive, the trajectory that you have until this point when you reach Mexican lands, be it your passage through Paris and Spain and finally Mexico. I completely admire you and what you have achieved during that long winding road. I'm just going to read something that that is mentioned in your biography that I feel is very important. It says that was a challenge that marked my day, and it demonstrated that if we want to go forward, we have to fight. Greetings to the fighting women and to all the warrior women that are with us in this room. A round of applause to all of them. Thank you. So, Doctor, on behalf of UC&CS America, I present you this diploma to your magnificent exposition of Europe and the new global context. So, my thanks, my admiration. So, again, my gratitude and a round of applause for the doctor. Thank you. Okay, thank you, doctor. Thank you, Uncle. This is his first year here in the firm. And well, let's move on and provide context for the following topic. And as in every year for many years, we have made up a strategic alliance with the magazine China Today and their editor Cedillo. And well, of course, they have always aided us with China's current aim in business. So today they're going to provide us a current overview of this that began as a Silk Road and then a road or a path, and then today we're going to see the context of it and what's the direction it goes. So Judith, if you could present our next speaker. I'm told that she speaks better Spanish than Chinese, so everything's going to be in Spanish. But if not, we would be gladly speaking in Chinese. But go ahead, Judith. Very well, thank you. And I will tell you a little bit about our dear speaker. She's from China. She has a bachelor's degree in Hispanic letters by the University of Jilin in China. She studied abroad in the University of Havana, Cuba. She has a postgrad in Hispanic letters and in the Universidad de Estudios Internacionales in Shanghai, in China. She was a professor of Mandarin Chinese in Preparatoria número 5 in Guadalajara, Mexico. Currently, she is the editor, chair, and journalist for China Today, China Hoy. So it is a pleasure for me to give her the word. Please go ahead. We will. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Mr. Mubarak for his invitation. It's a pleasure for me being here with you. And today we're going to see the initiative of the strip and the path. It's one of the most important proposals from my country, China, from the last 2 years. This is the 10th anniversary. This year is the 10th anniversary of the proposal of this initiative, so I think it's a good moment to talk to you about it. So let's go on. Okay, so first of all, many of you may already know about this initiative of the strip on the road. And what is it then? Well, it's the short name for the economic strip of the Silk Road and the maritime Silk Road from 21st century. Here's a map. It's a preliminary map of this initiative. In red, you can see the strip of the Silk Road, and the blue one is the maritime Silk Road on 21st century. In red, you can see that it is the land part that starts in China, goes through Central Asia until it reaches Europe. In blue, we can see the maritime road that starts in China, of course, on the east coast. It goes through the Philippines, Malaysia, until it reaches the Indic Ocean, the west coast of Africa, then the east coast of Africa, and then it goes through the Red Sea and then until Europe. Many of you may know the old Silk Road because it matches pretty much with the Silk Road right now, which is the origin of this initiative. Okay, so we're going to be talking about the origin of the strip and the route. This is basically heritage and an expansion of the old Silk Road that originated over 2000 years ago through development and changes, and it acquired a new meaning. So we can see a little bit about the history of the Silk Road. It's a little bit covered up here, but why is it called the Silk Road? Why wasn't it the Tea Road or Porcelain Road? Well, because around the 3000 AC, before Christ, they already dominated techniques of raising worms and producing silk. Before tea and porcelain, silk was the most important and more representative trade merchandise from China with the Western countries. This term was coined by the German geographist Ferdinand von Richthofen, who made seven expeditions between 1868 and 1872 from Western China to Central Asia. And on those roads, he provided the name that means Silk Road in Spanish. In 1938, Sweden geographist Sven Hering published the book The Silk Road, 10,000 Miles Through Central Asia, in which he completed the description of the Silk Roads from Richthofen. Here we see a map of the old Silk Road. We can see that it is an expansion of the maritime and land roads that were opened by China since the first century before Christ, that connected most of Asia with endpoints in the southeast of Asia and the Mediterranean Sea in Europe and the Eastern African border, which matches up pretty much with the map that I showed before. So we're going to be learning a little bit about the old maritime Silk Road thanks to technological advancements in maritime navigation. They also created the maritime Silk Road in with the dynasty Han. In 111 BC, the the army of the dynasty Han defeated Nanyue in the provinces. Hold on, just a small technical problem. Hold on, we are experiencing some technical issues. We'll be back in a moment. Okay, so we were on the year 111 BC. Han Dynasty, which was the government of China back then, defeated the realm of Nanyue, which is right now in what is Guangdong, Guangxi, in the southern coast of current China and northern Vietnam. From that time on, the ships of the Han Dynasty would sail from the southern coast of China and go into the Indic Ocean. And the old maritime Silk Road started in the ports of the southeastern coast in China, from the Meridional Sea in China, the Strait of Malacca, the Indic Ocean, until the Persian Gulf, until it crosses the Red Sea, even in the east coast of Africa. And this road was developed during 2000 years, connecting China with a good portion of Asia and Europe. And the maritime Silk Road was the biggest scope since it developed trade between China and Latin America between 1535 and 1815. Thanks to this road, the now China reached Acapulco in the 16th century. This road was a great market that went through many countries and generated exchange between diverse regions, which was and at the time it was the longest trade road going through several periods of development. So this is the history of the old Silk Road. I'm not going to be talking more about it because a couple of years ago I did as well, and they told me that they weren't that interested in the story. So I'm going to be talking a little bit more about the present, which is the initiative of the strip on the road. So when was it proposed? It was in September 2013. President Xi Jinping introduced the concept of the economic strip during the Silk Road during its visit to Kazakhstan, and a month afterwards, Xi Jinping also proposed a community between China and the ASEAN, the Association of Nations of the Southeastern Asia, and in March 2015, a little over a little bef- over 2 years after, China published a plan of action on the principles, the framework, and the priorities and mechanisms of the cooperation for the strip. So, what is it about? This initiative will reinforce the cooperation in the following aspects. The main content would be communication in policies, the interconnection of facilities, trade fluidity, funds circulation, and linking of the popular will. We can see that it really covers all aspects of a community, all the communication, all the policies, the interconnection of facilities, the infrastructure, the fluidity of trade, the fund circulation talks about economy, and the link of the popular will. And it's this is talking about cultural exchanges between the peoples. Now, this strip is based, but it's not limited to the original Silk Road. Considering the diverse countries and international organizations and regions, allowing for wider regions to benefit from the results of this coordination. Right now, this initiative has 6 roads and one maritime Silk Road. In this table, we can see the corridors and the maritime Silk Road. On land, we can see the New Earth bridge in Eurasia that it goes from West China to Occidental to Western Russia, then the Mongolia China Russia corridor that goes from North China to East Russia. The third one is the corridor China Central Asia Western Asia that goes from West China to Turkey. Fourth is the corridor China and the China Peninsula from China to Singapore. Then is the corridor Bangladesh, China, India, Myanmar from southern China to India. And then we have the corridor China Pakistan that goes from the southwest of China to Pakistan. And then we have the Maritime Silk Road that goes through the Chinese coast and Singapore into the Mediterranean. Next, we have the priorities of cooperation under this initiative. All countries in this tribe make better themselves with effort and joint security, materializing the infrastructure and the land and maritime and air corridors that can be highly effective and enrich of interconnection and intercommunication to a new degree, to increase the level of facilitation of investments and trade, to get closer in economic contacts and deepen political mutual trust, and make a wider and deeper humanistic exchange to get to know each other, make exchanges, be peaceful, and be friendly amongst the peoples. So these are the 5 aspects that we had seen in the former slide. Next, we can see the cooperation mechanisms of this initiative that tries to promote the integral development of bilateral relationships, to promote the signature of memorandums of cooperation and cooperation programs, fund and perfect mechanisms for joint work that are bilateral and executed, to boost joint commissions, mixed commissions, coordinating committees, guiding committees, managing committees, and other bilateral mechanisms that already exist, and intensify the role of multilateral cooperation mechanisms. Thanks to so many benefits that this initiative is providing, until June 2023, China signed over 200 documents for cooperation on the construction of this initiative with 152 countries and 32 organizations. In some cases, these memorandums are already being translated into projects and concrete infrastructure. China in Latin America has funded trains, highways, and ports in the frame of this initiative. We will learn the situation of Latin America and the Caribbean. Basically, this region, Latin America and the Caribbean, was not included in the initiative of the Stripe on the Road. It wasn't until 2017, during the Forum for International Cooperation, Xi Jinping confirmed that Latin America is the natural extension of the maritime Silk Road in the 21st century. So it included Latin America and the Caribbean in the map of the Silk Road.
And it's also part of this initiative that was Panama in 2017. And presently, 20 countries of this region have signed a memorandum of understanding and cooperation with China. That so here we have so we are 33 countries, and so here we have an agreement so under this initiative, and then two-thirds of the countries have been have united these initiatives. So Latin America is a country. I have only 10 minutes, so I'm going to skip. And so here I have these agreements, and we can see the exchange uh, with this bilateral relationship. And so in 2020, the bilateral agreement and of $285,790. So in spite of the pandemic, there was an increase. And also, according to an investigation for this economic mission of the UN, we are promoting efficiently the sustainable development, and the countries in the region should invest at least 6% of the GDP in infrastructure. And in the region, at the end, we also saw in the chat to only 5% of the GDP in the infrastructure of 2019. And for that, so with these initiatives, China is giving planning for Latin America and the Caribbean. And so we have many companies that have invested in the region. And so they've built 192 projects with an approximate investment of 98 billion US dollars, and the creation of 1.8 million job positions. And now we can see the situation of Mexico. Mexico hasn't united this initiative, and so among both countries, they've had a lot of cooperation under the framework of this route, and now is the 100th anniversary of an association uh, between China and Mexico, and that is done in 2013 when Xi Jinping did a state visit to Mexico. So many of you already know the cooperation agreements and projects in infrastructure between Mexico, the Mayan Train, and the is one of the winners of the refinery of the construction of the first trench of the Mayan Train was the consortium SMO in Mexico in combination with China Construction Company. And also another project that can stand out is the construction of the Line 4 of the urban electric train in Guadalajara. And in one of these winning consortium, the Chinese company CRRC and Locomotive and the same company won the agreement for 1.3 billion US dollars for doing the work and to do this work for the Mexican line. So now we can see that in the environment, we've turned the second trade partner in Mexico, and Mexico is the second trade partner of China in Latin America. And according to the Mexican statistics, the trade commerce have reached the 129 uh, 129 billion dollars, 17.5%. And another very important aspect of this initiative is the launching of the popular will, because in this aspect we can see that since the 16th century, as I said, the now China came full of Chinese porcelain and China exchanging products between China and Mexico. And the first Chinese center in the Western Hemisphere was established here in Mexico. And presently, Mexico has six Confucio institutes, and several cultural groups and atypical groups carry out mutual visits and cultural activities. And recently, Cancun, as a touristic city of world fame, joined the International Alliance of Touristic Cities of the Route of the Silk, going deeper with this touristic cooperation amongst both countries. And a great example of the cultural exchanges between China and Mexico are the Chinese Art Season 2023. And this past September 29th, so this past Friday, we also went to cover an event that is the Chinese celebration of Mexico under the same moon in the Los Pinos Cultural Complex, because that day on September 29th was the Festival of Middle Autumn, that is one of the most important holidays in China after the holiday of spring. And that day also matched the National Day of Corn in Mexico. And that's why in Los Pinos at the complex, they had a series of cultural activities in order to celebrate this such important date. And at the same time, the Chinese ambassador in Mexico opened the Chinese art season in 2023. And here you can see, and as of the middle of October, they'll kick off a series of visits of artistic groups here in Mexico. And so here we have some of the artistic groups, and then we have some artistic groups, and in all the Mexican territory, and they're going to be in the four international festivals that are more important: the Cervantino Festival, and the Santa Lucia, the Festival of the Coast of Mexico, and the now Acapulco. So you can follow the information in the official page, in the Facebook page, and we have information about the Chinese art in Mexico. And so here I wanted to introduce you the third forum, and so that is going to happen in this month of October. And so here you can see until September 29th, representatives of more than 110 countries confirm their participation in this forum. They're going to be talking about many topics such as environmental development, digital economy, flow trade, fluid trade. This is one of the most important events of my country, China, this year. As a conclusion, this initiative has turned China into one of the most important players in the world economy and also in globalization. And this Chinese proposal is a shared vision of mutual respect and mutual and reciprocal trust, cooperation path, and win-win situations where we'll be able to write new chapters. And still, we're waiting for Mexico to join this initiative. And thank you for everything. And I hope that you were inspired by my presentation. Thank you so much. Don't leave, don't leave, don't leave. We're going to give you a small token of our appreciation. And to this end, we're going to ask Alejandra Galilea, the accountant, Alejandra Galilea Diaz Lopez. She comes from Guadalajara. And please, let's welcome her. Let's give a hand. And of course, Sylvia Lee Lin receives this award. This is a diploma to Sylvia Lim Jakin for her valuable participation in the uh, 24th seminar with a route and a path and the current status. Thank you so much, Dr. Sylvia Lin. Thank you to Dr. Sylvia Lin. And of course, thank you to Gaby Cedillo that we have this joint venture for so many years. Xie that's the only thing we know how to say in Chinese. And of course, here I wanted to promote a little that through our alliance, they've given us an article or an announcement in their magazine that you already have. It's in the last uh, Última de Forros. In the last page, there is an announcement of the firm, and this reaches a few countries in Latin America. This is going to be in Argentina, Peru, Chile, and all the countries in the Americas, in Latin America. So thank you, because it's a distinction made to us, and we're talking about possible future events where we'll be able to have an event of the new Chinese year, and we'll try to organize something like that. Maybe it will agree with this event. It would be ideal. And well, usually it's in December, January, February. Okay, so we'll organize something for you to come at this time. Thank you. So let's continue. We are in the final part of this event before we go for dinner, where many of you confirmed you're going to be there. And let me tell you that we had a meeting with some of you not long ago, and we had our partner from Tabasco, our partner, Sarate, that I know he's here already. And they were telling us that why did we did only this technical chats in the annual meeting? And they say, why don't you do a dynamic of networking, what this famous networking or this famous dynamic of knowledge amongst ourselves? First of all, to get to know each other better, aside from doing it at the restaurant and in the parties we do, but to have networking, to have greater networking with a method. So we thought about this exercise, and we wanted to ask our dear consultant for so many years and friend that will introduce to do a networking dynamic. So it's going to be the beginning of many other steps that we will follow. So with nothing further, Judith, we'd like to you to introduce our dear presenter. And we'd like to give the microphone. Thank you. We all know our next speaker. He has a master's in innovation. He's an advisor of the Harvard case in business schools, national and international schools. He has a PhD in Honoris Causa by the Ibero-American Claustro. He's a partner of Idearia Lab and Latin American Agency on Innovation. He's also a business strategist for several fields in Latam. He's the founder of the Open Coffee Club. He has been having free monthly meetings between professionals and entrepreneurs to connect and add value to their companies with nothing further. For me, it's a great honor to give the floor to Alberto Vasquez. Has a master's degree, and we'll listen to him, of course. Hi, how are you? We are retired, bored, or animated, or the three of them. Okay, so I'd like to rescue from the part of the resume that for the last 9 years before the pandemic, I had the idea of organizing entrepreneurs and businessmen, people that work independently once a month in a different place every time. One, to incentivize the local places we visit. So I took them even to a church chapel. It's a business, to cultural events, to businesses, to beer plants, restaurants, bars. And it's interesting to see the dynamic generated. And second was trying to integrate wills so we could generate businesses after the human integration, not first the business and then integrating ourselves as bank. And after 9 years, we suspended it because of the pandemic. In the year 10, I had a book, and there's no book because after the pandemic, we restarted. So this year we have 8 meetings, but the meaning changed. The meaning today is human integration to be better professionals. And what does it mean? We don't want to do business, we want to be better people, and therefore we want to do better businesses. So this is a dynamic and a way of seeing this differently. And it's also worked, and now we are going to be better people. Therefore, you're going to be better professionals and you'll do better businesses. And I wanted to share this with you because the world evolution is going there. And the today dynamics is in order to generate business ideas. So I'm going to ask you throughout a page, please draw a clock and place the hours from 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and we'll give you 1 minute of work. It's not that it has to be perfect, it has to be operational. Exactly. Throughout the page, we're going to draw a watch if you want to participate in this dynamic. Those that say, I don't want to know anything about moving, don't do it. Okay? I'm going to go here for you to know what this is all about. And yes, very good. Very good. Culiacan here present, Dominican here present, and post-it size, but you have to write. So life could get complicated. Now place a line to place a word in each hour. Put a line next to each hour so you can put a word. Sorry. The more perfectionists want the color, how much is each line, is worth. The pragmatics say enough, it's okay as it is. Perfect. What's next? What we'll do next is hypothetical quotes. And I don't know the names. Your name, Eduardo, wants to gather with Orfa. So he's going to have to move and ask Orfa, Orfa, what time do you have time for an appointment? Orfa says at 3. So guess what? I'm free too. So Eduardo will write down Orfa 3 and Orfa writes Eduardo at 3. And that is going to be repeated until when? Until you fill out your agenda with whomever you don't know. They're breaking the ice. The three free that finish your agenda, tell me and you get to me. Go ahead. Make appointments immediately. Go ahead. Make appointments. Movement, movement. There. Question. And this is the attitude. Good. Perfect. You have one. Let's go for another one. Who has their appointments ready? Go ahead. Go ahead. Did you have your appointments ready? Ready? So, how many more do you need? Ready. Action. Please, please. The Orpha is our winner. Second and third place. Go ahead. Ready. So, when you have your clock and you fill out your agenda and uh, ready, we made you walk, and then this is going to be, you're going to be an example. Your name is Rulo, Hugo. Hugo is done. And third place is going to be fourth place, and Ferran. So I'm going to ask you to stand up, go to your places, please. We'll ring the bell. Go to places and go to places and it's time to pick up the waste. It's the same bell as the guy that picks up the waste. Everybody stand up, Carlos, and everybody stand up. Who was it? Hugo. Hugo, Carlos, and Orfa. Thank you so much. Thank you for participating. We have our first places. What did you make difference if the introduction was the same? And you ask for something, not everybody answers the same. And we need a motivation. And uh, so, so what did you think? Uh, what did you do differently? Before I finished, this was the first person that, for me, saying something, she got up and started doing so. So, action, immediate action. In the case of Carlos, what did you do differently? I got up, the mic's not working. Here, that one. Good afternoon, I'm Carlos Gonzalez. I got up and I started asking what time did they have available, and then the doors closed and I had 3 hours, and I said, oh my God, who has at 11, who has at 1, and who has at 6, and with that I finished. If you do not talk, God will not hear you. This is any religion is managing that. You should talk. Hugo finished second place. What did you do differently aside from Hugo having the bionic leg and was able to finish before everybody else? I asked for the schedules, and these are logic actions we don't do many times. Why? Many times we're proud, too proud. Who am I to start asking if they're going to buy from me? But the idea today is breaking this paradigm. The first thing we want to do, and thank you, let's give a hand to the first, second, and third place, is the dynamics of networking is to move our bodies, and that is sometimes paralyzed, and then move to action. And then let's go to the appointment of one and two. And then the third one is difficult. Join people, and join the people at three. All the people that have an appointment at three get together. Okay, good, good. Where is your appointment? Who doesn't have any appointments? And whoever doesn't have any appointments, raise your hand and do a matchup. This is not romantic, but it's the only one. Okay, and there we have an appointment. Who's missing? Ready, what are we going to do? Let me get my letters out or my cards out. Let's go to the first dynamic. Choose a card. What does it say? And pay attention. Online, they asked us about the signature. What animal does the signature represent? And you said even nice things about the firm. But for your company, what animal does your firm represent? What animal do you think your organization represents, and why? You have 2 minutes to work it with the person you're working with. What animal your firm is? Time is running. Go ahead. Go ahead.
a lo largo y ancho de una hoja. Por ahí compartimos pulmones y yo te lo comparto de este lado. El pulmón, para que se pueda ver, otro pulmón, aquí en esta mesa. Solamente una de las tres, las dos restantes no las piden, me las van a pasar y las voy a inventariar. Pero dice solamente una de las tres en una hoja. Una de las tres en una hoja, a lo largo y ancho. De las tres que generaron, guarda las dos y las pasan, pero una la van a colocar a lo largo y ancho de la hoja. Una solamente, tres ideas. Una, solamente una de las tres ideas. No, solamente una hoja. Una hoja, una idea, de quien sea, no importa. Gracias, dale una. Bueno, para no quitar la iniciativa, cuando ya las tenga, solamente esa idea pasen al frente para que la peguen acá de este lado, por favor. Y lo que vamos a buscar es seguidores, adeptos, influencers, patrocinadores de estas ideas. ¿Listo? Por favor, digan para que vean. Muy padre, claro. No, tenemos bienes raíces, valoración de empresas, operaciones más rápidas en operaciones China, Perú y Brasil. Información y estudio de mercado de cada país. Vamos a ir colocando, quiero que alguien me apoye, no, por aquí no. Ojo, aquí van a ir otras dos, energía y desarrollo de transporte. Esas ideas están en esta columna. Cualquier persona que tenga ideas de cómo se podría llevar a cabo, van a escribir en un post idea y lo van a pegar debajo de cada idea de negocio. Ideas de procesos, el post abajo de cada idea de negocio, la hoja blanca. Aquí ya llenamos con estas dos. Vamos a usar aquí la columna, por favor. Ahí está. Esta para que tenemos Direct logística, tenemos Direct algo. Bueno, aquí tenemos, nos tengo idea de cómo podríamos generar negocios, operaciones más rápidas en operaciones de China, Perú, información de estudio de mercado de cada país, bienes y raíces, valoración de empresas, pueden venir, escribir un post y pegarlo. ¿Cómo se les ocurre que pudiéramos llevar a cabo ideas en el post? Aquí tenemos nosotros para que ustedes de este lado. Desarrollo de transporte y energía. Entonces, la mayoría tienen que trabajar de este lado, no allá. Tienen que trabajar. Tienen que todos trabajar, porque acá está la acción allá. Y casi si les pasa encerrado no va a pasar nada. De a dos hojas por cada parte de la columna, donde ya hay dos hojas blancas con ideas, abajo escriban en un post cómo se les ocurre que se podría hacer realidad, cómo se podría llevar a cabo. Este es un mercado de ideas. Si tienes quejas, que sea mercado de ideas y que pongan posting de cómo se podría llevar a cabo abajo, arriba, en medio, pero que se note cuál idea quieres patrocinar, apoyar, encauzar. De este lado tenemos fusiones y adquisiciones, captación de empresas a nivel nacional y funciones personales. Es inmediato. Pueden traer sus ideas en hoja blanca y pegadas en alguna columna. Yo voy leyendo. De este lado tenemos generación de valores intangibles. Primera idea. ¿Cómo lo podríamos hacer? Escribe un post y pega así. Exactamente, eso es. Muy bien. Ahí va. Yo sé que vencer tu resistencia a no moverte, vencer tu resistencia a la flojera, que pereza. No, hay que moverse. Señores, ¿qué hacen ahí? Escriban, aunque sea, nos vemos en la noche. Compartan, compartan.
So this is for everyone's benefit. So come in, we have different acquisitions, real estate, evaluation, contribute ideas. And we have mergers and acquisitions, applications of personal financing, data analysis. There are so many good ideas, but we have to contribute. How, with whom, where, when, why, yes. So it's worth saying this is not worth it. Say why something's not worth it. And let's go on. So go on, we have ideas.
Idea de acción para el proceso de cómo hacerlo posible. Estas ideas
These ideas are going to be gathered. We're going to put them in order. We're going to organize them and we're going to give them to the high command. And you'll see what happens with this. Maybe this is the beginning of something very fruitful or just one more idea that dies along the way. Look how this column has more visitors. There's a page there nobody supports. Value, intangible value generation has no sponsors, has no sponsors. What are the ideas? How can we make this possible? And we are going to put it there. So making joint ventures and generating these new ideas. And we'll see the house. In the post-its, we'll see the house. So those that are online will participate, sending the messages, and we can participate. 617, we're doing very well, and good ideas, but we want more. Look how there's some ideas that are more appealing than others because it's not yours. I think of something, but I won't write it down. So the idea is for all of us to contribute. So it's for the future of all of us. This is generated as a will and are end up in being in companies, corporates, initiations, work points, labs, etc. And it comes to the reality. This is an incubation of ideas, and this is his first step. Before that, we didn't have ideas, incubations, and this is the point. And perfect, thank you. Okay, so we can come back to our places. And who is the maximum auditor observer of the firm, Mauricio? They are going to give faith of the event. Analytical, critical, business analytical, and come over here. Your work now is going to go around and observe the market of ideas generated by the firm and choose the three strongest. So, as you do this go about, who's the second person? Female talent, critical vision, and expansive vision. Okay, send them over here. And Grace, who? No more ideas. It makes sense and logic and value. And over here, it could be your spinner from here to here, Grace. And these from here to here. And what are the ideas you believe have greater weight on what was contributed here? And in the meantime, they do this work. What did you notice with this dynamic? What did you notice? What did you discover when you have a relationship with someone that you do not know and you're there making an exchange dynamic? And after that, you promote something that is good for the organization. And after that, we look for an explosion of ideas benefiting the most. What does this dynamic go? Where is it going to? Where does it help you? What is it? Why is it beneficial? Because you go deeper. The idea is elevated where because you had an idea, now it's an idea of everyone. Thank you so much. And yes, the ideas are every day in our brains, but die as they're born, they die. So we have to set forth these ideas. Out of 100 ideas, maybe one has a little bit of a life. But the more people are within this idea, they can have a different path. And these ideas are very healthy, the ideas. And how do we transfer this transformation? We have to invest. We have to remove ego. We have to change it like from a caterpillar to a butterfly until it becomes a product or a service or a web page. And then if at some point the firm is going to have to go around there, but we don't have to know that the company will do things well or not. It has to do with getting out of the company to their doing something different as a group, as a firm. And this is a path to walk about, and we require the courage. Hugo, you were very active, and I thank you. Tell us. This is, as Franklin said, the ideas that invite you and drive you, and the interrelationship and the exchange of ideas make you see things differently. And something else that's very important is to be able to see this truth that within this small lab we experience and we dare writing, we wrote down, we signed it, and everything was very practical, cheap, and innovation has to their failing quick and cheap and fast. But you saw potential does exist, business ideas do exist, and this is a path that has to go around. It's not theoretical, it's not in the screen, it has to go about. And this is one more discovery. So you can obtain an idea and you don't have to develop it necessarily. So excellent. There's people that are very good to start, but they're not mandated to culminate. Someone that listens, observes, is attentive, and guess what? Catches the idea and develops the idea. But sometimes they don't have the capabilities of culminating. Others are very good in analyzing situations and inviting others to participate. There's some that are very good to create scenarios, and others are very good to sell. What do you need in an innovative team? Someone to initiate, somebody that gathers, someone that stores, that makes an inventory, projects, and sells. Why? Why do they fail? You have many that analyze but do not act. Many that are creative that never ground anything. Lots of analyzers that never know how to start. And only salespeople they have nothing to sell. So we need teams that are multitask teams. No, we need differentiated teams on the way they add value to generate business value. And Carlitos wants to talk. And now we'll go with the other two Carloses, Carlos Venezuela and then Carlos Mexico. Let's give him a microphone so we can hear him. What I notice is that in our organization, there's professionals with very good ideas that come to do a business and have a business that's related. There's potential, and we know a lot of people, and that we are surprised when so many ideas come up, and many of them have to go into practice. So I tell them, and what I ask them, what they ask me is, why don't we bring them to the network? Because why don't we bring them to the association? And we deliver it and let's put it into practice because what we need from the business. So let's bring it. How many good ideas are there? So what they're doing is so crazy, and then everything I said is crazy. So we're going to bring it. We're going to pass on information. We're going to activate this. We're going to do business. Good, good. Carlitos Venezuela and Carlitos Mexico. So you're there. So what I ended up seeing is that very sadly, you have to push people that don't want to act. We act, or others act, and some others are quite apathic. We don't want to go into, we don't understand, or we don't want to understand, and if we understand, then we don't want to go on. So, Alberto, go ahead. Thank you. Within this, we see that brainstorming allows us to have the best ideas. We do brainstorming, and with this, we'll be able to achieve the best and bring in businesses. Thank you. And as a matter of fact, this is just a draft. The common technique was the brainstorming, and that came out before Second World War. This is break forming. Here we have the goal. Under that, we have process ideas. This is an exercise that takes longer. We have to find connections and we come up with responsible parties. Now that we'll see, this is not a brainstorming, this is a focus of ideas, draft of ideas. So we ask the talents to support us in a path in the female hemisphere and male hemisphere, and here we're going to listen to what they found. We're going to go with Grace first. What did you discover? Is there something valuable? Yes, and a lot of ideas that a lot of firms are using some of the topics. However, I have to inform which one drew my attention and which I feel has great potential, right? So, merger and acquisitions, because that allows me to make price transfers, to make me evaluations, all of us together, and the financial part of making a budget, and so that it is uniform, so that as it's done and implemented, or these ideas are done and implemented, should be done in a purified manner where the firm is able to be won and is projected towards the customers in the US. They have the opportunity of seeing these, and it's working very well. But this topic is working there too. And differently is that in June we had 5 days telling us that if we do not diversify, we're going to die. And these are the topics that were on the table. And the first and most important are the acquisition and merger, because these businesses are moving. They want to know how much they're worth and where they're going to go. That's it. Thank you. We have our board member for our businesses. Thank you. And on this side, I found three with a lot of potential to manage. So if each country should know regarding real estate, because this is an historical important business of trade, is historical. So here they're presently investing in construction and they're very profitable. There's another idea that I thought it was very important in market research, because not all of us know that what market is being developed in each of the countries. In Latin America, we have countries that are highly industrialized countries that are dedicated to the sale of services. We have other countries where we can be underused, sectorally speaking, and others like Mexico and others that are fully dedicated, like Cancun, that we would need as a signature or as a firm, I'm sorry, an aspect of each of these countries. And another one that I think is very important is the essential application of tax legal international. And why do I feel this is interesting? Because in each of these countries, the uh, so 30, 40% of it. And if we don't know the tax value, we cannot know the business. This is some of the basic aspects to try to find if a business is or not profitable. And isn't that great? We chose our talents very well to choose the businesses that you will contribute. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's give him a hand. So notice, please, that this is not who launches the idea, and what is important here is who's going to continue. And the contribution of talent towards the same cause is not all of us, but we should do some. And we should start with these two, maybe. And there's where the challenge lies. And why not mine? Who's going to be the chairman? Who's going to be the head and VP? And there's where initiatives just an arm. We have a great challenge. It's not having ideas, it's how damn we do it for them to work. We have to mess up quickly with these ideas and come up with new ones. Thank you so much for participating. And Mauricio, I would like to listen Mauricio's closing, because you created this. And where does this exercise take you? Don't take my ideas. I'm going to gather them. I'm going to clean them up and I'm going to send them. I take with me. This was a great success. What we're looking for is exactly this. First of all, when we spoke with Alberto, is Movio. Movio in a common direction. Movio to get out of our comfort zone. Move us and look for new ideas. Move us to look for others' opinions here in the firm, not mine, but yours. Okay, so I feel this is what is working, but this is step number one. This is step number one. So I'm putting up three ideas and attacks, mergers, and real estate. Okay, so these are the mega ones. So I feel here what would be convenient is, as they say, is having a leader for each of these 3 points. And I would like Alberto to help us choose a leader out of these 3 points, and that leader will develop projects with all of you. So, in order for us to give continuity, so we've been doing this for a long time, doing this type of exercises that are similar, and many times they just stay in the pieces of paper. I'm looking for Alberto. We look for the file, we look for the page number. Let's put name, last name, date, because I think that's what we have to do. And hopefully, this is done more often, and we can check this because maybe this exercise was today's, but it's changed in a year or in two. So I think that, and I'm very happy. And I was telling Alberto, a lot of people, even if they sit here in the meeting, they don't know one another. So we can be here for 3 days or 6 days and we don't know one another. This is good for us to get to know in action, each other in action. It's not the give me your name and in action together. We throw ourselves into the water, into the ocean, and we have to swim together. And that's what we did today. And now in the water, you're my peer. You're my swimming peer. I don't know you, but I'm going to swim with you. And that's what we try doing. And Alberto, because we are in the final moments, how do you recommend us to choose a leader on the team? First of all, is volunteers. Out of these three ideas that you chose, I want to experience leadership, even if it's not my idea. Welcome. And the other one would be that someone can appoint somebody else because they acknowledge the talent, they acknowledge that they can and they don't dare. And the third one, I would say, yes, let's see who, and there's a volunteer there. So here we are appointing somebody, as you know, tomorrow we'll have the participation of one of the partner, Mr. Gutierrez, at the end, and he is a leader in the firm and he has been dedicating more than 10 years for mergers and acquisitions. So I would like Renee to be the leader in mergers and acquisitions. Good. Good. Do you agree? Everybody agrees? Somebody else there, please. And over there, let's go over there and there. So this is wonderful. You're going to make me cry of emotion. I'll give you this one. So I'm Francisco Tapia. I come from Yucatan. We've been diversifying 20 years in real estate. I dare saying that I would love the candidacy. Fantastic. So real estate over there, Fiscal International, we have them. Let's listen. I wanted to appoint Alma is the person I work with in the app, and it was his idea. So I think that he should assume the responsibility if he wants to. The financial application. Yes. Good. Where are you? Where are you? So let me write it down. And he's saying Francisco Tapia, application Alma, and here international tax. Pasa el micrófono. So I like to appoint for Tax International my friend Franklin. Okay, Franklin, because he's an professional expert at a tax level. So he's my friend Franklin. Go ahead. So Alma wants to talk and wants to propose. I would like to propose Carlos Juanito for business solutions and developing. Carlos. Okay. Carlos and Rene. Yes, fantastic. Okay, so I wanted to clarify, and I want the team to be more complete. What my peer said is that tenant, he proposed me for the app, Legal and Tax International app. So I think it's very good to join the other peer that was appointed So the more the merrier, the more people in the team will coordinate each other better. Yes, Franklin and Aquilino and myself. And as the Trinity, who would like to do real estate? Because we don't have anybody. So, like the Holy Trinity. So, you add yourself to the team. So, who's next? Name? Renee. Also, yeah, why not? So, here we have real estate. Francisco Tapia and Renee. And we could go hand in hand with Francisco Tapia, Francisco Betancourt, and Armando Garcia that were also in real estate. Who else would like to add themselves to this? We require 5 people. But I think that this is an accomplishment that has been done. You can continue integrating with Mauricio. You pass on the names. So we finished our session, and these that we've worked with becomes a reality, and that the firm has a new path because you deserve so. You deserve so. So now they play the Wong, the Tibetan Wong. So who's going to give Alberto his diploma? Judith. I'd like to ask the accountant, Arturo Corona, to please do us an honor of giving us this acknowledgement, recognition for Alberto Vasquez. Please go ahead so he can receive his acknowledgement. Thank you, Alberto, for your presentation. Very dynamic, great integration. I think all of us have great potential. We can all be a great machinery with a great challenge. We just have to put in all the pieces together. Yes. And UCCS America grants a present diploma to Alberto Vasquez for his valuable participation as presenter in the 24th convention conference on October 2nd with 1 hour duration. Thank you so much. And now wait a second, please. There. So this is the second one. Like in the weddings, we have to charge for the pictures. And given we're running out of time, I just wanted to appoint Arturo Corona to the real estate committee because if someone knows about real estate, I would integrate myself. Ready. Okay. So from family, they're dedicated to this. Likewise, we are. Thank you. So we are going to go to the final step before we go for dinner. I contextualize very quickly. We are more or less on time. As I said to you, that light is too strong. Can somebody turn it off? As we've said for some months, we've been thinking about the fact that the accountant, and they said it also here, that we're going to be facing a different reality. And in this reality, we don't know what this role we're going to be playing. That's why we've designed with a consultant, a dear friend, a program that we hope you all enroll even if you all have to do two or three groups, and not only you, but also the leaders of your firms that see future, that you're seeing some future, so that you can apply this idea later on, and that we so call the CPA 4.0, and that this is the accountant of the future in the digital era, in the industrial revolution 4.0. And to this end, we'd like to ask our presenter, presented by Judith, how to prepare a program. And we did already a group in WhatsApp about the initial candidates, and we sent them the link of the group for those that want to integrate.
And we also have established calendar for the program in November and have a session, a for final decision for enrollment on October 13th. But today what we requested is to explain the program in a few words to make us fall in love in the program, with the program, so that we all want to participate. So Judith, if you could please present our speaker. Okay, so following speaker made their studies in the Higher Institute of Instituto Politécnico Nacional, Portray, where he got his professional title as public accountant. He made a master's degree and a PhD in administrative sciences. He's also made studies abroad in the University of Michigan, in the Sussex University, and in London Business School in England. In creativity and innovation, he studied in the Foundation for the the unit of Buffalo, and also courses with Edward de Bono, one of the leading authorities in creativity in the world, in the University of Cambridge, and with William Gordon from Harvard University, and also an authority in synergy theory. He has been a professor with research and innovation on companies in Germany, the US, and China. In 1986, he founded his company, Comunicaciones SADCB, and also in marketing, communication, and development. And without further ado, I'll give the word to Dr. Fabian Martinez. Welcome, Doctor. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We can take as background the conference that I had to give some days ago. So, for example, I just thought that we were talking about the accountant 4.0, but we have to remember this: when the public accountant begins at the beginning of the century, it is deemed that 75% of its professional performance was based on accounting. When the last century ends, the accounting part is minimal. And if we make projections for the next decade, it's going to be minimum, and it's going to be done with the new softwares and AIs and all that. So I think we're going to be having to change the name of public accountant, but that's up to professional organizations. Well, we have to take something into consideration. The vast amount of the companies in our country in Latin America, they are made up under the scheme of last year. These are considered analog companies. They were made with the management theories of business and relatively stable paradigms compared to what we have today. So they have that profile, and many companies have been built up with the same characteristics in the current time. But we're going through a process of big impact and the way to digitalization. Some years ago, a group that was headed by Gina Rometti, who was the CEO of IBM. She said it. At the end of this decade, vast majority of companies will be digital, and a characteristic going into this century is its exponential growth. Before, the profile was increasing growth, a horizontal line that would go back to the beginning of humanity. But in this century, we see exponential growth, which shows a curve that at the beginning, for example, the years that we've seen up until present, the curve starts almost horizontal, but it starts to go up. And suddenly we go into the knee of the exponential curve, and then it's going to have vertical changes. All of this is representing changes from the moment it is exponential. When it's duplicating, it might be 18, 24 years in a constant manner. According to these gurus, you probably heard, uh, like who's a guru of the new technologies. He's the director of technology in Google, and he has been leading the AI progress. He has warned that this growth, when we go into the knee of the curve, several changes are going to happen that, and our imagination is fueling to think where we're going. But they do say that the changes up until this year are going to be duplicated as of 2025 in the following 5 years. And then the curve of the exponential curve is medium. So this means that at that time there's going to be substantial changes where we have to change our way of thinking, because we're going to be seeing the companies that transform into digital, and we have to create new theories, new ways of thinking. Absolutely. So this digital transformation can be seen in a lot of books that are being produced. You go into Amazon, and a vast amount of books talk about courses that are being offered at national level, international level, on the digital transformation. And it is a process that sadly many companies in our sector are falling back, are falling behind, and they don't even think about the process that they will have to undergo if they want to survive. So here it comes up that we have to start thinking on how we have to reinvent them ourselves, because the world will be completely different. If you remember last time, we were looking at the profile of companies going towards digitalization, from the development of the public accounting is an answer to the needs of the companies. If companies change their needs, the public accountant will have to evolve as well. So since we are taking into consideration these companies towards the future, they will undergo transformations. It's, these companies will work hard on the technology as part of this digital transformation. They will be IT and data companies, due to the high volume of data. They will be intensive in knowledge. They will have to participate in very competitive stages. They will have to focus on the client. So it's a series of aspects that in our present are just beginning to come up. Management practices are being changed. For example, you will remember, and it's present, that com- the competition is based on the products, the basis and the characteristics or the value that it provides. This is turning to compete based on the high volumes of data, where the data that is produced by the client and the social networks bring parts of what the client is to go beyond their needs. And clients nowadays have changed completely their way of thinking, of consuming, and this is detected when these vast amounts of data are handled And for example, Amazon is a role model for this. They have used all technologies to get ahead of the purchases of the clients. These are the new rules of competition, and this will reach all companies. The companies that handles these technologies and the knowledge of the client, which is they will have all the competitive advantages. The use of AI for decision making, we've seen it with Watson of IBM, the great support that it has had for decision making in different sectors. And let's make it clear, not to substitute people, but to create a coordination between men and technology. So it will all change. So since they double down on technology, they will have technological assistants. Companies in Mexico and Latin America, they don't have the resources to have a staff of IT experts, but they will need assistance. So companies like the public accountants that will have to transform to provide online assistance, they will get competitive advantages. The vast volumes of data will require scientists and trained people, if not on in the enterprise, to have assistance, and it's going to be for accounting for everything that are current, or there will be new careers that will be created to answer to these needs. The strategic management, this is going to be central. The strategic management is going to be key. That way of thinking derived from strategic thinking that identifies opportunities and sees beyond what the people see. It is highly innovative, manages disruptive thinking. That kind of thinking has to be current in professionals, especially in the accountant, if they want to provide assistance to those companies. Real-time monitoring. Let's remember that back then, when these financial states would give would answer like a week or so later, and there were reports that would fall behind, and well, the reports were not provided on time. But now, due to the speed at which companies have to answer, we need continuous monitoring, especially for all those critical events that condition the effectiveness of companies. The knowledge management, when all companies are intensive in knowledge, where most people of the workforce will be made up of people that think. Remember that the repetitive tasks, the people that do those tasks, they are being replaced by robots, and they will become thinking people. That those people, by having such knowledge, they will need to get facilitations, and this is when knowledge management comes in. Cybersecurity. All companies that are intensive in technology will be at risk of hacking, so it's another opportunity. The development of soft capacities, decision making, divergent thinking, disruptive thinking, all those capacities that are not taught in school, they will be on demand. About 4 years ago, I don't know if you guys saw the book or from Andrew Schopenhauer. It's called "It's Enough" or "Save Yourself" or something like that. It's talking about everything that we are living, and he says that we would be living in the near future, where in which knowledge will be downloaded from search engine such as Google. The problem is not that. The problem is to turn that knowledge into innovation or changes, technology, science. And that's why we need these capacities, these soft capacities. And they say that these capacities that are not taught in school will be in demand. And Bill Gates confirmed that when he said that we're not going to be living in times where degrees were a priority. Now it's going to be talent and this kind of capacity.
And I believe that those that are attendees, advisors of large companies, and within people from the same company should be agents of change. And recently, we've done studies where all companies have to become and be innovative because the core factor to create value, wealth, and competitive advantages is supported in innovation. Therefore, if we're going to respond to this factor, we have to be innovative. And there's where we have to turn into real agents of change, developing their capabilities and skills for innovation. And that's another opportunity of attending, of training, of managing all of these skills. And you would say, from the human standpoint, that is core, those that are going to answer to these needs of companies, and here I'm putting the public accountant in their reinvention. We have to place ourselves into the mindset of businessmen, of managers. Put yourselves in the same frequency so that you can create empathy. They should be strategic advisors. And I wanted to tell you, in 1992, I led an institutional civil work for the School of Accountants and the Mexican Institute of Accountants, looking into the future in the congresses that we were participating actively. Those that were president of Arthur Anderson in 1992, that person was saying and arguing that, well, the public accountant didn't change their frequency and understand the technology better. They shouldn't stop being accountants. From there, this aspect was managed that the public accountant should turn into a reliable business advisor. That is the currency used. And there you wrote a book that great personalities that were headed by this Arthur Anderson in that time talked about the management towards the 21st century and new requirements. So these we have to answer, and the public accountant has to turn into a reliable advisor dominating technology. And in 1992, we said it, and 30 years have gone by, and the current technology is not compared against today's. Today, more than ever, we should manage the the technology to be managed at concept, purpose, application, to consider them in the purpose of innovating and generating eruptive innovations. More than ever, we are talking about the reinvented public accountant. He has to be, and the managers have to solve important things. They have to solve strategic problems. What's even more important in this problem resolution is what we say, because now the solution jumps, and there's where the public accountant or those that support this type of companies should provide the support. We should know how to state problems in order to facilitate solutions. And uh, more than anything else, in artificial intelligence, and we saw it, as we said, and then the GPT-3 that uh, So we this gives us a lot of help. Let's imagine in 5 6 years, this would have advanced a lot. And it's the same. We should start be entrepreneurs of change and knowing that public accountants fit in businessmen, and we're going to perceive and identify opportunities and see what the common denominators see. And there we'll see many of the competitive advantages. Very good. So the program that's been designed to answer the reinvention of the public accountant has these important points. And the public accountant, if you want to see the reinvention process, has to start by replicating the capabilities that are part of the innovators in the Mexican Innovation Institute and in the Political Administration, in the Business Innovation Center. We did a research about what are the basic capabilities of important innovators. We found, for example, innovators are inquisitive, and then so before you make a solution, ask. And then this is something that, because we're readers and we also like to assimilate new experiences, and then we have to systemically decide these are characters that make their creativity alive. We have these capabilities, and so we are going to replicate that, and so that they can do a way of thinking these type of capabilities. And remember that modern neurosciences tell us that the plasticity of our brain allows us to change as long as we practice, practice, and practice. And a different chapter is dominating technology. And the new ones, the new theories of administration, strategic administration, are the concepts, core concepts of competition, competing under the new rules, how to define the vision, mission, all of these aspects that are for managers but located within the context of the Buka scenario that is very different from the one set forth in 1990. In 1990, they set forth the Buka scenario by the DARPA, by the Ministry of Defense in the United States, referring to the fact that Buka scenarios are volatile, uncertain, complicated, and ambiguous. 30 years have gone by, and those that consider them to be volatile, it's a game. So they're highly volatile. That's why we're talking about VUCA 4.0, because scenarios are highly volatile and highly complicated and highly ambiguous. And this is the scenario, managing the scenario of exponential things in the program. We see material for you to learn. And the number one concept of exponential technologies and how to promote eruptive innovation. For example, something that is of utmost importance is to provide follow-up to megatrends that occur in the new VUCA 4.0 scenario. That is something that manager and businessmen and those dedicated to serve companies, such as the public accountant that is being reinvented, has to monitor, has to follow these changes, because in this monitor will identify opportunities, and from there competitive advantages are derived. Knowing the effects of digital transformation of companies, all companies, by transforming themselves, they have serious effects, and this should be very clear. We talk about digital transformation. People think this is technological transformation. Technology is a tool, because in the digital transformation, we have the customer when companies have to, and we have the talent of people that are going to participate in this concept of a new company that's centered to provide value, competitive advantages. So this is a new transformation that derives in the way of thinking. And one more thing, also of most importance, professionals. Today's professionals should have a total orientation towards the future as a way of life. So to do this, we manage the creation of scenarios. Before, for example, we as accountants and consultants, we see the future, 5, 6, 7 years that was ongoing. Our future is not an extension of the past. But now I feel that the number one thing that has to be done is a scenario creation game. How do you see your company regarding processes, services, vendors towards now till the next 4 or 5 years? And we're going to aid ourselves with the creation of scenarios that we cannot do just simple linear projections. We have to go to the new tools to be able to see from now on how do you how are you producing, and so we can see the future, because then we have to maintain that, and then we have to be a habit, and this is how we're going to do the reinvention. And in this reinvention, it's very important to see how we think. So we make emphasis from the very beginning on replicating the innovation, and everything derives and giving ideas, because we manage innovation instruments to apply them in products, processes, and there we are going to cultivate the way of thinking. And remember, into the future, if the public accountants are going to reinvent themselves, we have to start by reinventing the way of thinking, and everything else is attached. And another question on this topic, I simply would like to say what would be, and so we would have to know, and all participants should know that you're against time. So we have to give them what they should manage, and they should continue managing it from now on. And this program, at a more extensive level, should be a diploma course given at the Polytechnico that are 150 hours in a year. So here we are making a synthesis, but the idea is to bring into practice what is more useful in the in what it is reinventing the public accountant. Questions, comments, and here you have my WhatsApp. Any question, feel free to ask me, and I'll be more than happy to answer. So, as part of the program, we have materials that we've prepared. I'm here. We have intelligence strategic alliance that talks about a way of thinking and what we should know, and we'll give you the book in paper, and we electronically get the book, the Bible, in innovation for the fourth industrial revolution. And so this is the fourth internal revolution, and then it has texts, and then we have material, and so for you to be well armored. Uh, so I'm at your service. Don't go. We wanted to give you an acknowledgement. And Doctor, I would like to ask Alma Rebecca, Almita, and please make us the honor for this acknowledgement. So we're going to give these acknowledgement, Doctor, but we're going to take advantage. On October 13th, there's going to be a meeting that will offer the details of the program, the times, costs, and everything that has to do with getting this modality as consultant, and to be completely online for our customers, for this market that demands this specialty. So we're going to go on to give you this acknowledgement to Dr. Fabian Martinez Villegas for his presentation in the 24th annual conference of our association, Conference 2023, with experiences of the transformation workshop provided on October 2nd of 2023 via WebEx and face-to-face with 1 hour duration. Thank you so much. However, we also have another acknowledgement to the doctor that is still pending to be received, and was also because of the topic of the future of the public accountant and the need of reinventing himself due to the new technologies. This was pending to be delivered, and is an acknowledgement, a special acknowledgement that the firm provides him. I wanted to say something. Those that participate in this course are going to create a group that you have bulletins and updated matters for you to keep updated. And it's a dialogue for you to participate, to question. Thank you so much. So first with the goal, and then I go in. Fabian, here you're in the middle. Thank you, Fabian, Alma. And with nothing further, we're closing the day. The day was complicated. You come from very far, and we wanted to take advantage of your time. We're going to go to the social part, of course. But before we do so, we're going to give the closing, the corollary, the closing. Who's going to give us a summary, the motivation? Well, those that are going to give us the closing words for today, Mauricio, is Johnny Baceta, that is with us from Peru. Welcome, our dear Johnny. We'd like to give you the floor. Thank you so much. Well, in these 2 hours that I'm going to be talking, the face you made, no, no, 5 minutes. I'm not taking longer. So I wrote down what I wanted to say because we all want to go. My buddy is already away, already somewhere else. You cannot go before you go. You're gonna go before we give you the final message. So maybe they want to go from the sessions, but what's next is really cool. Is the dinner and the social. I'm in the Caribbean. And first of all, greetings to all the partners that are here and all those that see us through social networks. And thank you for the opportunity. And then the rest. So I said that I'm going to read something very quickly and I need my glasses. So, as all the topics that we've had today all have been excellent presenters, great quality of a convention, and the core topic is economy and the global politics. So that gives us and update us, and give us good views and make us make decisions on the day to day. So in a globalized world that allows us to create new tools to this profession. I think it's a day to day. We have to see it, we have to update it. And where else are we going to have technology? But I do like it, even if I don't have any networks. So I'm very pleased to see and see new faces, that this is going to allow us that these should stay as it is. Those that don't see that are all the way in the back, you have to come. We have to share. We have to have these meetings where we create friends and a professional alliance for new businesses and new activities. And please, let's get willing. We'll see you in the next one, wherever it might be. We'll be there. And if you let me, but I'll be there. And that doesn't end here because we're away and we're gonna have dinner. We don't want to go, but we want to go together. So come with us. And anything else, if you go to Peru, you're gonna have fun. Believe me. So those that are in the group of the parties, my contact is there. So I'm sure you're gonna be there. Thank you, and I hope tomorrow is better than even today. What is good about this is that you'll agree with me that everything that he said is being recorded. That if we go to Peru, we'll find them. Everything's recorded. Everything. Yeah, I invite you. Good. And we are coming to the end of today's session, Mauricio. But before we go, I wanted to thank each and every one of the partners that are with us virtually through WebEx and all the platforms, IBM, YouTube Stream, YouTube, YouTube Global, YouTube Americas, LinkedIn. And thank you for your patient support, love. And aside from the distance, we've seen you connected, we've seen you with your cameras on, and that for us represents a lot. We know that one way or another, you were not able to be here, but every time, more and more, you'll have more partners. As the year that I met you, that you were many, and before that, you were many more. So, for everything I've heard today, next year we'll gather one another at least twice as many, and I'm certain. So, Mauricio, please, with nothing further, this is the end of the day, and it's a great motivation for us. The motivation and what moves us and what moves me is to see that you come, you take advantage, and your firms are every time more and more successful, that the relationship amongst us are sounder, and that we continue from now on with this great dream that is being the best firm in the world. So we have to reach high. We have to reach very high. To be able to come in the middle, we have to reach higher. And for a long time, we have to go where we have to go. So thank you. Tomorrow is going to be easier. Tomorrow is just a day. We'll give you the annual report. It's very important. And we're going to have some recognitions and awards, and there's going to be a few surprises to the firms that have referred more customers to the firm. We'll give you an Olympic a kind of rewards. What's coming next is we're going for dinner, and you're going to organize us because it's better to do it now, the transformation. How are we going to go for dinner? We're going to go to Ave Maria, a dinner that I consider as a host with Betancourt as we planned it. And we plan to go to the different places. And we found this one where we did it sometime. And then we're going to organize transportation. We were not able to do so. And when we do it, we usually get the Ortega travel because there was no quorum, but there is quorum to go. So here we have as sponsors Francisco and Arturo Corona and Judah and everybody else.
All right, thank you very much. This is the end of the interpretation. They are just arranging the transportation for those of them who are on site. Thank you very much.
Y bueno, tenemos por aquí ya camionetas
tienes, tienes, vamos a usar esto que ya hemos contado, vamos a hacer contador, licenciado Francisco de Cancún. ¿Quién se va con el licenciado Francisco de Cancún? Ok, tenemos a número 7, ¿quién se va con el licenciado? ¿Tenemos 3 lugares? 3 o 4. Ok, Grace, Grace, Galilea, Alejandra, Galilea, Jordi, Marcelo, y Ariel. Ah, tenemos a René. René. Para que te explique. Estamos Judith Herrera. ¿Quién se va con Judith Herrera? Ahí con Judith Herrera caben 6 y 7 personas. Ok. Ah, y también tenemos a Arturo Corona. Ah, ok. Ok, Arturo Corona, ¿qué será? 2 lugares. A ver, vamos a asignar a los que se van conmigo que ya levantaron la mano. Es Carlos Castro, Franklin Horacio, eh, ok, Eduardo Torres, Aquilino, César, Ángel. Ah, ok, bien. Franklin, Carlos Castro, Eduardo Cruz, ok. Carlos Castro se va con